The 19th Book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 19th Book of Homer's Iliads. The argument. Thetis presenting armor to her son, he calls a court, with full reflection of all his wrath, takes of the king of men free offered gifts. All take their breakfast then, he only fasting, arms and brings abroad the Grecian host. And, hearing the abode of his near death by Xanthus prophesied, the horse for his bold presage doth chide. Another argument. Tau gives the anger period, and great Achilles comes abroad. The morn arose, and from the ocean in her saffron robe gave light to all, as well to gods as men of the underglobe. Thetis stooped home and found the prostrate person of her son about his friend, still pouring out himself in passion, and number more being heavy consorts to him in his cares. Amongst them all Thetis appeared, and sacred comforters made these short words. Though we must grieve, yet bear it thus, my son. It was no man that prostrated, in this sad fashion, thy dearest friend. It was a god that first laid on his hand, whose will is law. The god's decrees no human must withstand. Do thou embrace this fabric of a god, whose hand before ne'er forged the like, and such as yet no human shoulder wore. Thus setting down, the precious metal of the arms was such that all the room rung with the weight of every slenderest touch. Cold tremblings took the Myrmidons, none durst sustain, all feared to oppose their eyes. Achilles yet, as soon as they appeared, stern anger entered. From his eyes, as if the day-star rose, a radiance terrifying men did all the state enclose. At length he took into his hands the rich gift of the god, and, much pleased to behold the art that in the shield he showed, he brake forth into this applause. O mother, these right well show an immortal finger's touch. Man's hand must never deal with arms again. Now I will arm, yet that no honor make my friend forgotten, I much fear, lest with the blows of flies his brass-inflicted wounds are filled, his person lies all apt to putrefaction. She bade him doubt no harm of those offences. She would care to keep the petulant swarm of flies that usually taint bodies of the slain from his friend's person. Though a year the earth's top should sustain his slaughtered body, it should still rest sound, and rather hold the better state than worse, since time that death first made him cold. And so bade call a council, to dispose new alarms, whereto the king, that was the pastor of that flock in arms, he should dispose all anger, and put on a fortitude fit for his arms. All this his power with dreadful strength endued. She, with her fair hand, stilled into the nostrils of his friend red nectar and ambrosia, with which she did defend the corse from putrefaction. He trod along the shore, and summoned all the heroic Greeks, with all that spent before the time in exercise with him, the masters, pilots too, victuallers and all. All, when they saw Achilles summoned so, swarmed to the council, having long left the laborious wars. To all these came two halting kings, true servitors of Mars, Tydides and wise Ithacus, both leaning on their spears, their wounds still painful, and both these sat first of all the peers. The last come was the king of men, sore wounded with the lance of Coon and Tenorides. All set the first in utterance was Thetis' son, who rose and said, Atrides, had not this conferred most profit to us both, when both our enmities consumed us so, and for a wench, whom, when I choosed for prize, in laying Lernecius' ruined walls amongst our victories, I would to heaven, as first she set her dainty foot aboard, Diana's hand had tumbled off, and with a javelin gored. For then the unmeasurable earth had not so thick been gnawed, in death's convulsions, by our friends, since my effects were drawn to such distemper. To our foe, and to our foe's chief friend, our jar brought profit, but the Greeks will never give an end to thought of what it prejudiced them. Past things yet past our aid, fit grief for what wrath ruled in them, must make the amends repaid with that necessity of love, that now forbids our ire, which I with free effects obey. 'Tis for the senseless fire still to be burning, having stuff, but men must curb rage still, being framed with voluntary powers, as well to check the will as give it reins. Give you then charge, that for our instant fight the Greeks may follow me to field, to try if still the night will bear out Trojans at our ships. I hope there is some one amongst their chief encouragers will thank me to be gone, and bring his heart down to his knees in that submission. The Greeks rejoiced to hear the heart of Peleus' mighty son so qualified, and then the king, not rising from his throne for his late hurt, to get good ear, thus ordered his reply. Princes of Greece, your states shall suffer no indignity, if, being far off, ye stand and hear, nor fits it such as stand at greater distance to disturb the counsel now in hand, by uproar in their too much care of hearing. Some of force must lose some words, for hard it is, in such a great concourse, though hearers' ears be ne'er so sharp, to touch at all things spoke, and in assemblies of such thrust, how can a man provoke fit power to hear, or leave to speak? Best auditors may there lose fittest words, and the most vocal orator fit ear. My main end, then, to satisfy Pylades with reply. My words shall prosecute, to him my speech especially shall bear direction. Yet I wish the court in general would give fit ear, my speech shall need attention of all. Oft have our peers of Greece much blamed my forcing of the prize due to Achilles, of which act not I, but Destinies and Jove himself, and black Erinus, that casts false mist still betwixt us and our actions done, both by her power and will, are authors. What could I do then? The very day and hour of our debate, that fury stole in that act on my power. And more, all things are done by strife, that ancient seed of Jove, ate that hurts all, prefects all, her feet are soft, and move not on the earth. They bear her still aloft men's heads, and there the harmful hurts them. Nor was I alone her prisoner. Jove, best of men and gods, hath been. Not he himself hath gone beyond her fetters, no, she made a woman put them on. For when Alcmena was to vent the force of Hercules in well-walled Thebes, thus Jove triumphed. Hear, gods and goddesses, the words my joys urged. In this day Lucina, bringing pain to labouring women, shall produce into the light of men a man that all his neighbour kings shall in his empire hold, and vaunt that more than manly race whose honoured veins enfold my eminent blood. Saturnia conceived a present slight, and urged conferments of his vaunt t' infringe it, her conceit in this sort urged. Thou wilt not hold thy word with this rare man, or, if thou wilt, confirm it with the oath Olympian, that whosoever falls this day betwixt a woman's knees, of those men's stocks that from thy blood derive their pedigrees, shall all his neighbour towns command. Jove, ignorant of fraud, took that great oath, which his great ill gave little cause to applaud. Down from Olympus's top she stooped, and quickly reached the place in Argos where the famous wife of Sthenelus, whose race he fetched from Jove by Perseus, dwelt. She was but 7 months gone with issue, yet she brought it forth. Alcmena's matchless son delayed from light. Saturnia repressed the teeming throes of his great mother. Up to heaven she mounts again and shows, in glory, her deceit to Jove. Bright lightning Jove, said she, now the Argives have an emperor. A son derived from thee is born to Persian Sthenelus, Eurystheus his name, noble and worthy of the rule thou sworest to him. This came close to the heart of Jupiter, and Ate, that had wrought this anger by Saturnia, by her bright hair he caught, held down her head, and over her made this infallible vow, that never to the cope of stars should reascend that brow, being so infortunate to all. Thus swinging her about, he cast her from the fiery heaven, who ever since thrust out her forked sting in the affairs of men. Jove ever since did grieve, since his dear issue Hercules did by his vow achieve the unjust toils of Eurystheus. Thus fares it now with me, since under Hector's violence the Grecian progeny fell so unfitly by my spleen, whose falls will ever stick in my grieved thoughts. My weakness yet, Saturnius making sick the state my mind held, now recured, the amends shall make even weight with my offence, and therefore rouse thy spirits to the fight with all thy forces. All the gifts proposed thee at thy tent last day by royal Ithacus my officers shall present, and, if it like thee strike no stroke, though never so on thorns, my mind stands to thy friends' revenge, till my command adorns thy tents and coffers with such gifts, as well may let thee know how much I wish thee satisfied. He answered, Let thy vow, renowned Atrides, at thy will be kept, as justice would, or keep thy gifts, 'tis all in thee. The counsel now we hold is for repairing our main field with all our fortitude. My fair show made brooks no retreat, nor must delays delude our deeds expectants. Yet undone the great work is. All eyes must see Achilles in first fight depeopling enemies, as well as counsel it in court, that every man set on may choose his man to imitate my exercise upon. Ulysses answered, Do not yet, thou man made like the gods, take fasting men to field. Suppose that whatsoever odds it brings against them with full men, thy boundless eminence can amply answer, yet refrain to tempt to violence. The conflict wearing out our men was late, and held as long, wherein, though most Jove stood for Troy, he yet made our part strong to bear that most. But 'twas to bear, and that breeds little heart. Let wine and bread then add to it. They help the twofold part, the soul and body, in a man, both force and fortitude. All day men cannot fight and fast, though never so endued with minds to fight. For, that supposed, there lurks yet secretly thirst, hunger in the oppressed joints, which no man can supply. They take away a marcher's knees. Men's bodies, thoroughly fed, their minds share with them in their strength, and, all day combated, one stirs not till you call off all. Dismiss them then to meat, and let Atrides tender here, in sight of all this seat, the gifts he promised. Let him swear before us all, and rise to that oath, that he never touched in any wanton wise the lady he enforced. Besides, that he remains in mind as chastely satisfied, not touched, or privily inclined with future vantages. And last, 'tis fit he should approve all these rites at a solemn feast in honour of your love, that so you take no mangled law for merits absolute. And thus the honours you receive, resolving the pursuit of your friend's quarrel, well will quit your sorrow for your friend. And thou, Atrides, in taste of so severe an end, hereafter may on others hold a juster government. Nor will it aught impair a king to give a sound content to any subject soundly wronged. I joy, replied the king, O Laertiades, to hear thy liberal counselling, in which is all decorum kept, nor any point lacks touch that might be thought on to conclude a reconcilement such as fits example, and us too. My mind yet makes me swear, not your impulsion, and that mind shall rest so kind and clear that I will not forswear to God. Let then Achilles stay, though never so inflamed for fight, and all men here I pray to stay, till from my tents these gifts be brought here, and the truce at all parts finished before all. And thou of all I choose, divine Ulysses, and command to choose of all your host youths of most honour, to present to him we honour most the gifts we late vowed, and the dames. Mean space about our tents Talthybius shall provide a boar, to crown these kind events with thankful sacrifice to Jove, and to the god of light. Achilles answered, These affairs will show more requisite, great king of men, some other time, when our more free estates yield fit cessation from the war, and when my spleen abates. But now, to all our shames besides, our friends by Hector slain, and Jove to friend, lie unfetched off. Haste then, and meet your men, though, I must still say, my command would lead them fasting forth, and all together feast at night. Meat will be something worth, when stomachs first have made it way with venting infamy, and other sorrows late sustained, with longed-for wreaks that lie heavy upon them, for right's sake. Before which load be got from off my stomach, meat nor drink, I vow, shall down my throat, my friend being dead, who digged with wounds, and bored through both his feet, lies at the entry of my tent, and in the tears doth fleet of his associates. Meat and drink have little merit then to comfort me, but blood and death, and deadly groans of men. The great in counsels yet made good his former counsels thus, O Peleus' son, of all the Greeks by much most valorous, better and mighty than myself no little with thy lance I yield thy worth. In wisdom yet no less I dare advance my right above thee, since above in years and knowing more. Let then thy mind rest in thy words. We quickly shall have store in all satiety of fight, who steel heap store of straw and little corn upon a floor, when Jove, that doth withdraw and join all battles, once begins to incline his balances, in which he weighs the lives of men. The Greeks you must not press to mourning with the belly. Death hath naught to do with that in healthful men that mourn for friends. His steel we stumble at, and fall at every day, you see, sufficient store, and fast. What hour is it that any breathes? We must not use more haste than speed holds fit for our revenge. Nor should we mourn too much. Who is dead must be buried. Men's patience should be such that one day's moan should serve one man. The death must end with death, and life last with what strengthens life. All those that held their breath from death in fight the more should eat, that so they may supply their fellows that have stuck in field, and fight incessantly. Let none expect reply to this, nor stay, for this shall stand or fall with some offence to him that looks for new command. Whoever in dislike holds back, all join then, all things fit aloud for all, set on a charge, at all parts answering it. This said, he chose, for noblest youths to bear the presents, these, the sons of Nestor, and with them renowned Meriones, Phylides, Thoas, Lycomed, and Meges, all which went, and Menalippus, following Ulysses to the tent of Agamemnon. He but spake, and with the word the deed had joined effect. The fitness well was answered in the speed. The presents, added to the dame the general did enforce, were 20 cauldrons, tripods 7, 12 young and goodly horse, 7 ladies excellently seen in all Minerva's skill, the 8th Briseus, who had power to ravish every will, 12 talents of the finest gold, all which Ulysses weighed and carried first, and after him the other youths conveyed the other presents, tendered all in face of all the court. Up rose the king. Talthybius, whose voice had a report like to a god, called to the rites. There having brought the boar, Atrides with his knife took say upon the part before, and lifting up his sacred hands, to Jove made his vows. Grave silence struck the complete court, when casting his high brows up to the broad heaven thus he spake. Now witness, Jupiter, first, highest, and thou best of gods, thou earth that all dost bear, thou sun, ye furies under earth that every soul torment, who impious perjury disdains, that not incontinent in bed, or any other act to any slenderest touch of my light vows, hath wronged the dame, and let my plagues be such as are inflicted by the gods, in all extremity of whomsoever perjured men, if godless perjury in least degree dishonour me. This said, the bristled throat of the submitted sacrifice with ruthless steel he cut, which straight into the hoary sea Talthybius cast, to feed the sea-born nation. Then stood up the half-celestial seed of fair-haired Thetis, strengthening thus Atrides' innocence. O Father Jupiter, from thee descends the confluence of all man's ill. For now I see the mighty king of men at no hand forced away my prize, nor first inflamed my spleen with any set ill in himself, but thou, the king of gods, incensed with Greece, made that the mean to all their periods, which now amend we as we may, and give all suffrages to what wise Ithacus advised, take breakfast, and address for instant conflict. Thus he raised the court, and all took way to several ships. The Myrmidons the presents did convey to Achilles' fleet, and in his tents dispose them, doing grace of seat and all rights to the dames, the horses put in place with others of Aeacides. When like love's golden queen, Briseis all in ghastly wounds had dead Patroclus seen, she fell about him shrieking out, and with her white hands tore her hair, breasts, radiant cheeks, and drowned in warm tears, did deplore his cruel destiny. At length she gat power to express her violent passion, and thus spake, this like the goddesses. O good Patroclus, to my life the dearest grace it had, I, wretched dame, departing hence, enforced and dying sad, left thee alive, when thou hadst cheered my poor captivity, and now returned I find thee dead, misery on misery ever increasing with my steps. The Lord to whom my sire and dearest mother gave my life in nuptials, his life's fire I saw before our city gates extinguished, and his fate 3 of my worthy brothers' lives in one womb generate, felt all in that black day of death. And when Achilles' hand hath slain all these, and razed the town my netties did command, all cause of never-ending griefs presented, thou tookst all on thy endeavour to convert to joy as general, affirming he that hurt should heal, and thou wouldst make thy friend, brave captain that thou wert, supplied my vowed husband's end, and in rich Phthia celebrate, amongst his Myrmidons, our nuptial banquets, for which grace with these most worthy moans I never shall be satiate, thou ever being kind, ever delightsome, one sweet grace fed still with one sweet mind. Thus spake she weeping, and with her did the other ladies moan Patroclus' fortunes in pretext, but in sad truth their own. About Aeacides himself the kings of Greece were placed, entreating him to food, and he entreated them as fast, still intermixing words and sighs. If any friends were there of all his dearest, they would cease, and offer him no cheer but his due sorrows. For before the sun had left the sky he would not eat, but of that day sustained the extremity. Thus all the kings, in resolute grief and fasting, he dismissed. But both the Atrides, Ithacus, and war's old Martialus, Idomeneus and his friend, and Phoenix, these remained, endeavouring comfort, but no thought of his vowed woe restrained, nor could, till that day's bloody fight had calmed his blood. He still remembered something of his friend, whose good was all his ill. Their urging meet the diligent fashion of his friend renewed in that excitement. Thou, said he, when this speed was pursued against the Trojans, evermore opposedst in my tent a pleasing breakfast. Being so free and sweetly diligent, thou madest all meat sweet. Then the war was tearful to our foe, but now to me. Thy wounds so wound me, and thy overthrow, for which my ready food I fly, and on thy longings feed. Nothing could more afflict me, fame relating the foul deed of my dear father's slaughter, blood drawn from my sole son's heart, no more could wound me. Cursed man, that in this foreign part, for faithful Helen, my true love, my country, sire, and son, I thus should part with. Scyros now gives education. O Neoptolemus, to thee, if living yet, from whence I hope, dear friend, thy longer life safely returned from hence, and my life quitting thine, had power to ship him home, and show his young eyes Phthia, subjects, court, my father being now dead, or most short-lived, troublous age oppressing him, and fears still of my death's news. These sad words he blew into the ear of every visitant with sighs, all echoed by the peers, remembering who they left at home, all whose so humane tears Jove pitied. And since they all would in the good of one be much revived, he thus bespake Minerva. Thetis' son now, daughter, thou hast quite forgot. Oh, is Achilles' care extinguished in thee? Prostrated in most extreme ill fare, he lies before his high-sailed fleet, for his dead friend. The rest are strengthening them with meat, but he lies desperately oppressed with heartless fasting. Go thy ways, and to his breast instil red nectar and ambrosia, that fast procure no ill to his near enterprise. This spur he added to the free, and like a harpy, with a voice that shrieks so dreadfully, and feathers that like needles pricked, she stooped through all the stars, amongst the Grecians, all whose tents were now filled for the wars. Her seers strook through Achilles' tent, and closely she instilled heaven's most to be desired feast to his great breast, and filled his sinews with that sweet supply, for fear unsavory fast should creep into his knees. Herself the skies again enchased. The host set forth, and poured his steel waves far out of the fleet. And as from air the frosty north wind blows a cold thick sleet that dazzles eyes, flakes after flakes incessantly descending, so thick, helms, curates, ashen darts, and round shields never-ending, flowed from the navy's hollow womb. Their splendors gave heaven's eye his beams again. Earth laughed to see her face so like the sky, arms shine so hot, and she such clouds made with the dust she cast. She thundered, feet of men and horse importuned her so fast. In midst of all, divine Achilles his fair person armed, his teeth gnashed as he stood, his eyes so full of fire they warmed. Unsuffered grief and anger at the Trojans so combined. His greaves first used, his goodly curates on his bosom shined, his sword, his shield that cast a brightness from it like the moon. And as from sea sailors discerned a harmful fire let run by herdsmen's faults, till all their stall flies up in wrestling flame, which being on hills is seen far off, but being alone, none came to give it quench. At shore no neighbors, and at sea their friends driven off with tempests, such a fire from his bright shield extends his ominous radiance, and in heavens impressed his fervent blaze. his crested helmet, grave and high, had next triumphant place on his curled head, and like a star it cast a spurry ray, about which a bright thickened bush of golden hair did play, which Vulcan forged him for his plume. Thus complete armed, he tried how fit they were, and if his motion could with ease abide their brave instruction. And so far they were from hindering it, that to it they were nimble wings, and made so light his spirit, that from the earth the princely captain they took up to air. Then from his armory he drew his lance, his father's spear, huge, weighty, firm, that not a Greek but he himself alone knew how to shake. It grew upon the mountain Pelion, from whose height Chiron hewed it for his sire, and fatal 'twas to great-souled men, of Peleus and Pelion surnamed Peleus. Then from the stable their bright horse Automedon withdraws, and Alcimus put poitrels on, and cast upon their jaws their bridles, hurling back the reins, and hung them on the seat. The fair scourge then Automedon takes up, and up doth get to guide the horse. The fight's seat last Achilles took behind, who looked so armed as if the sun there fallen from heaven had shined, and terribly thus charged his steeds. Xanthus and Balius, seed of the Harpy, in the charge ye undertake of us, discharge it not as when Patroclus ye left dead in field, but when with blood, for this day's fast observed, revenge shall yield our hard satiety. Bring us off. Thus, since Achilles spake, as if his odd steeds understood, 'twas Juno's will to make vocal the palate of the one, who shaking his fair head, which in his mane let fall to earth, he almost buried, thus Xanthus spake. Ablest Achilles, now at least our care shall bring thee off, but not far thence the fatal minutes are of thy grave ruin, nor shall we be then to be reproved, but mightiest fate and the great God. Nor was thy best beloved spoiled so of arms by our slow pace, or courages impair. The best of gods, Latona's son, that wears the golden hair, gave him his death wound, though the grace he gave to Hector's hand. We, like the spirit of the West, that all spirits can command for power of wing, could run him off, but thou thyself must go, so fate ordains. God and a man must give thee overthrow. This said, the Fury stopped his voice. Achilles, far in rage, thus answered him: It fits not thee thus proudly to presage my overthrow. I know myself, it is my fate to fall thus far from Phthia. Yet that fate shall fail to vent her gall, till mine vent thousands. These words used, he fell to horrid deeds, gave dreadful signal, and forthright made fly his one-hoof steeds. End of the 19th Book. The 20th Book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer. Translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 20th Book of Homer's Iliads. The Argument. By Jove's permission, all the gods descend to aid on both parts. For the Greeks contend Juno, Minerva, Neptune, Mulciber, and Mercury. The deities that preferred the Trojan part are Phoebus, Cyprides, Phoebe, Latona, and the foe to peace, with bright Scamander. Neptune in a mist preserves Aeneas daring to resist Achilles, by whose hand much scathe is done, besides the slaughter of old Priam's son, young Polydore, whose rescue Hector makes, him flying, Phoebus to his rescue takes. The rest, all shunning their importuned fates, Achilles beats even to the Ilian gates. Another argument. In Upsilon, strife stirs in heaven, the day's grace to the Greeks is given. The Greeks thus armed, and made insatiate with desire of fight, about thee, Peleus' son, the foe, in ground of greatest height, stood opposite, ranged. Then Jove charged Themis from Olympus' top to call a court. She every way dispersed, and summoned up all deities. Not any flood, besides Oceanus, but made appearance. Not a nymph, that arbors odorous the heads of floods, and flowery meadows make their sweet abodes, was absent there. But all at his court, that is king of gods, assembled, and in lightsome seats of admirable frame, performed for Jove by Vulcan, sat. Even angry Neptune came, nor heard the goddess with unwilling ear, but with the rest made free ascension from the sea, and did his state invest in midst of all, began the council, and inquired of Jove his reason for that session, and on what point did move his high intention for the foes. He thought the heat of war was then near breaking out in flames. To him, the Thunderer, thou knowest this counsel by the rest of those four purposes that still incline to me. My cares still must succour the distress of Troy, though in the mouth of fate, yet vow I not to stir one step from off this top of heaven, but all the affair refer to any one. Here I'll hold state, and freely take the joy of either's fate. Help whom ye please, for 'tis assured that Troy not one day's conflict can sustain against Aeacides, if heaven oppose not. His mere looks threw darts enow to impress their powers with trembling, but when blows, sent from his fiery hand, thrice heat by slaughter of his friend, shall come and countermand their former glories, we have fear that though fate keep their wall, he'll overturn it. Then descend, and cease not till ye all add all your aids. Mix earth and heaven together with the fight Achilles urgeth. These his words did such a war excite, as no man's power could wrestle down. The gods with parted hearts departed heaven, and made earth war. To guide the Grecian darts, Juno and Pallas, with the god that doth the earth embrace, and most for man's use Mercury, whom good wise inwards grace, were partially and all employed, and with them halted down, proud of his strength, lame Mulciber, his walkers quite misgrown, but made him tread exceeding sure. To aid the Ilian side, the changeable in arms went Mars, and him accompanied Diana, that delights in shafts, and Phoebus never shorn, and Aphrodite's laughter pleased, and she of whom was born still young Apollo, and the flood that runs on golden sands, bright Xanthus. All these aided Troy, and till these lent their hands, the Grecians triumphed in the aid Aeacides did add, the Trojans trembling with his sight, so gloriously clad he overshined the field, and Mars no harmfuller than he bore the iron stream on clear. But when Jove's high decree let fall the gods amongst their troops, the field swelled, and the fight grew fierce and horrible. The dame, that armies doth excite, thundered with clamour, sometimes set at dike without the wall, and sometimes on the bellowing shore. On the other side, the call of Mars to fight was terrible. He cried out like a storm, set on the city's pinnacles, and there he would inform sometimes his heartenings. Other times, where Simois pours on his silver current at the foot of high Calicolon. And thus the blessed gods both sides urged, they all stood in the midst, and brake contention to the hosts. And over all their heads the gods' king in abhorred claps his thunder rattled out. Beneath them Neptune tossed the earth. The mountains round about bowed with affright and shook their heads. Jove's hill the earthquake felt, steep Ida, trembling at her roots, and all her fountains spilt, their brows all crannied. Troy did nod, the Grecian navy played as on the sea. The infernal king, that all things frays, was frayed and leaped affrighted from his throne, cried out, lest over him Neptune should rend in two the earth. And so his house, so dim, so loathsome, filthy, and abhorred of all the gods beside, should open both to gods and men. Thus all things shook and cried, when this black battle of the gods was joining. Thus arrayed, 'gainst Neptune, Phoebus with winged shafts, 'gainst Mars, the blue-eyed maid, 'gainst Juno, Phoebe, whose white hands bore singing darts of gold, her side armed with a sheaf of shafts, and, by the birth twofold of bright Latona, sister twin to him that shoots so far. Against Latona Hermes stood, grave guard, in peace and war of human beings. 'Gainst the god, whose empire is in fire, the watery godhead, that great flood, to show whose power entire in spoil as the other, all his stream on lurking whirl-pits trod. Xanthus by gods, by men's commander called. Thus God against God entered the field. Aeacides sustained a fervent mind to cope with Hector. Past all these, his spirit stood inclined to glut Mars with the blood of him. And at Aeacides Apollo sent Anchises' son. But first he did impress a more than natural strength in him, and made him feel the excess infused from heaven. Like Chaon's shape gave show to his address, old Priam's son, and thus he spake: Thou counsellor of Troy, where now fly out those threats that late put all our peers in joy of thy fight with Aeacides? Thy tongue once, steeped in wine, durst vaunt as much. He answered him, But why wouldst thou incline my powers 'gainst that proud enemy, and 'gainst my present heat? I mean not now to bid him blows. That fear sounds my retreat, that heretofore discouraged me, when after he had raised Lyrnessus and strong Pedasus, he still breathed fury, chased our oxen from the Idaean hill, and set on me. But Jove gave strength and knees, and bore me off, that had not walked above this centre now, but propped by him. Minerva's hand, that held the light to this her favourite, whose beams showed and impelled his powers to spoil, had ruined me. For these ears heard her cry, Kill, kill the seed of Ilion, kill the Asian Lelegy. Mere man then must not fight with him that still hath gods to friend, averting death on others' darts, and giving his no end, but with the ends of men. If godlike fortune in the fight would give my forces, not with ease winged victory should light on his proud shoulders, nor he scape, though all of brass he boasts his plight consisteth. He replied, Pray thou those gods of hosts, whom he implores, as well as he, and his chance may be thine. Thou camest of gods like him. The queen that reigns in Salamine, fame sounds thy mother. He derived of lower deity, old Nereus's daughter bearing him. Bear then thy heart as high, and thy unwearied steel as right, nor utterly be beat with only cruelty of words, not proof against a threat. This strengthened him, and forth he rushed, nor could his strengthening fly white-wristed Juno, nor his drifts. She every deity of the Argive faction called to her, and said, Ye must have care, Neptune and Pallas, for the frame of this important war ye undertake here. Venus' son, by Phoebus being impelled, runs on Achilles. Turn him back, or see our friend upheld by one of us. Let not the spirit of Aeacides be overdared, but make him know the mightiest deities stand kind to him, and that the gods, protectors of these towers that fight against Greece, and were here before our eminent powers, bear no importance. And besides, that all we stoop from heaven to curb this fight, that no impair be to his person given by any Trojans, nor their aids, while this day bears the sun. Hereafter, all things that are wrapped in his birth-thread, and spun by Parcus in that point of time his mother gave him heir, he must sustain. But if report perform not the repair of all this to him, by the voice of some immortal state, he may be fearful, if some god should set on him, that fate makes him her minister. The gods, when they appear to men and manifest their proper forms, are passing dreadful then. Neptune replied, Saturnia, at no time let your care exceed your reason. 'Tis not fit. Where only humans are, we must not mix the hands of gods. Our odds is too extreme. Sit we by, in some place of height, where we may see to them, and leave the wars of men to men. But if we see from thence, or Mars or Phoebus enter fight, or offer least offence to Thetis' son, not giving free way to his conquering rage, then comes the conflict to our cares. We soon shall disengage Achilles, and send them to heaven, to settle their abode with equals, flying under strifes. This said, the black-haired god led to the tower of Hercules, built circular and high by Pallas and the Ilians, for fit security to Jove's divine son, 'gainst the whale, that drave him from the shore to the ample field. There Neptune sat, and all the gods that bore the Greeks good meaning, casting all thick mantles made of clouds on their bright shoulders. The opposed gods sat hid in other shrouds, on top of steep Calicolon, about their golden sides, O Phoebus, brandisher of darts, and thine, whose rage abides no peace in cities. In this state these gods in council sate, all lingering purpose fight, to try who first would elevate his heavenly weapon. High-throned Jove cried out to set them on, said, all the field was full of men, and that the earth did groan with feet of proud encounters, burned with the arms of men, and barbed horse. 2 champions for both the armies then met in their midst prepared for blows, divine Aeacides and Venus' son. Aeneas first stepped threatening forth the priest, his high helm nodding, and his breast barred with a shady shield, and shook his javelin. Thetis' son did his part to the field, as when the harmful king of beasts, sore threatened to be slain by all the country up in arms, at first makes coy disdain prepare resistance, but at last, when anyone had led bold charge upon him with his dart, he then turns yawning head, fell anger lathers in his jaws, his great heart swells, his stern lasheth his strength up, sides and thighs wattled with stripes to learn their own power, his eyes glow, he roars, and in he leaps to kill, secure of killing, so his power then roused up to his will, matchless Achilles, coming on to meet Anchises' son. Both near, Achilles thus inquired, Why stand'st thou thus alone, thou son of Venus? Calls thy heart to change of blows with me? Sure, Troy's whole kingdom is proposed. Some one hath promised thee the throne of Priam for my life, but Priam's self is wise, and for my slaughter not so mad to make his throne thy prize. Priam hath sons to second him. Is't then some piece of land, past others fit to set and sow, that thy victorious hand the Ilians offer for my head? I hope that prize will prove no easy conquest. Once, I think, my busy javelin drove with terror those thoughts from your spleen. Retain'st thou not the time, when single on the Idaean hill I took thee with the crime of runaway, thy oxen left, and when thou hadst no face that I could see, thy knees bereft it, and Lyrnessus was the mask for that? Then that mask too I opened to the air, by Jove and Pallas' help, and took the free light from the fair, your ladies bearing prisoners, but Jove and the other gods then saved thee. Yet again I hope they will not add their odds to save thy wants, as thou presumest. Retire then, aim not at Troy's throne by me, fly ere thy soul flies. Fools are wise too late. He answered him, Hope not that words can childlike terrify my stroke-proof breast. I well could speak in this indecency, and use tart terms, but we know well what stock us both put out, too gentle to bear fruit so rude. Our parents ring about the world's round bosom, and by fame their dignities are blown to both our knowledges, by sight neither to either known, thine to mine eyes, nor mine to thine. Fame sounds thy worthiness from famous Peleus, the sea-nymph that hath the lovely tress, Thetis thy mother. I myself affirm my sire to be great-souled Anchises, she that holds the Paphian deity, my mother. And of these this light is now to exhale the tears for their loved issue, thee or me. Childish, unworthy, dares are not enough to part our powers. For if thy spirits want due excitation, by distrust of that desert I vaunt, to set up all the rests for my life, I'll lineally prove, which many will confirm, my race. First, cloud-commanding Jove was sire to Dardanus, that built Dardania, for the walls of sacred Ilion spread not yet these fields, those fair-built halls of divers languaged men not raised, all then made populous the foot of Ida's fountful hill. This Jove got Dardanus begot King Erichthonius, for wealth past all compares of living mortals. In his fens he fed 3,000 mares, all neighing by their tender foals, of which twice 6 were bred by lofty Boreas, their dams loved by him as they fed. He took the brave form of a horse that shook an azure mane, and slept with them. These twice 6 colts had pace so swift, they ran upon the top ales of corn ears, nor bent them any whit. And when the broad back of the sea their pleasure was to sit, the superficies of his waves they slid upon, their hooves not dipped in dank sweat of his brows. Of Erichthonius' loves sprang Tros, the king of Trojans. Tros 3 young princes bred, Ilus, renowned Assaracus, and heavenly Ganymed, the fairest youth of all that breathed, whom for his beauty's love the gods did ravish to their state, to bear the cup to Jove. Ilus begot Laomedon, godlike Laomedon got Tithon, Priam Clytius, Mars-like Hicetaon, and Lampus. Great Assaracus Capys begot, and he Anchises, Prince Anchises me, King Priam Hector. We sprang both of one high family. Thus fortunate men give birth, but Jove gives virtue. He augments, and he impairs the worth of all men, and his will their rule. He, strongest, all strength affords. Why then paint we, like dames, the face of conflict with our words? Both may give language that a ship, driven with 100 oars, would overburthen. A man's tongue is voluble, and pours words out of all sorts every way. Such as you speak you hear. What then need we by calumnies, like women that will wear their tongues out, being once incensed, and strive for strife to part, being on their way, they travel so. From words may avert, from virtue not. It is your steel, divine Aeacides, must prove my proof, as mine shall yours. Thus amply did he ease his great heart of his pedigree, and sharply sent away a dart that caught Achilles' shield, and rung so it did fray the son of Thetis, his fair hand far thrusting out his shield, for fear the long lance had driven through. O fool, to think 'twould yield, and not to know the gods' firm gifts wont to yield so soon to men's poor powers. The eager lance had only conquest one of 2 plates, and the shield had 5, 2 forged of tin, 2 brass, one, that was the center plate, of gold, that forbid the pass of Anchises' lance. Then sent Achilles forth his lance, that through the first fold strook, where brass of little worth and no great proof of hides was laid. Through all which Peleus ran his iron head, and after it his ashen body went past to the earth, and there it stuck, his top on the other side, and hung the shield up, which hard down Aeneas plucked, to hide his breast from sword blows, shrunk up round, and in his heavy eye was much grief shadowed, much afraid that Peleus struck so nigh. Then prompt Achilles rushing in his sword drew, and the field rung with his voice. Aeneas now left and let hang his shield, and all distracted, up he snatched a 2 men's strength of stone, and either at his shield or casque he sent it rudely gone, nor cared where, so it struck a place that put on arms for death. But he, Achilles, came so close, had doubtless sunk beneath his own death, had not Neptune seen and interposed the odds of his divine power, uttering this to the Achaean gods: I grieve for this great-hearted man. He will be sent to hell, even instantly, by Peleus' son, being only moved to deal by Phoebus' words. What fool is he! Phoebus did never mean to add his great words, his guard against the ruin then summoned against him. And what cause hath he to head him on to others' miseries, he being cleared of any trespass done against the Grecians? Thankful gifts he oft hath given to us. Let us then quit him, and withdraw this combat. For if thus Achilles end him, Jove will rage, since his escape in fate is purposed, lest the progeny of Dardanus take date, whom Jove, past all his issue, loved, begot of mortal dames. All Priam's race he hates, and this must propagate the names of Trojans, and their sons' sons' rule, to all posterity. Saturnius said, Make free your pleasure, save or let him die. Pallas and I have taken many, and most public oaths, that the ill day never shall avert her eye, red with our wraths, from hated Troy. No, not when all in studied fire she flames, the Greek rage, blowing her last coal. This nothing turned his aims from present rescue, but through all the whizzing spears he passed, and came where both were combating, when instantly he cast a mist before Achilles' eyes, drew from the earthen shield his lance, and laid it at his feet, and then took up and held aloft the light Anchises' son, who passed, with Neptune's force, whole orders of heroes' heads, and many a troop of horse leaped over, till the bounds he reached of all the fervent broil, where all the Caucons' quarters lay. Thus, far freed from the toil, Neptune had time to use these words: Aeneas, who was he of all the gods that did so much neglect thy good, and thee to urge thy fight with Thetis' son, who in immortal rates is better and more dear than thee? Hereafter, lest, past fates, hell be thy headlong home, retire, make bold stand never near where he advanceth, but his fate once satisfied, then bear a free and full sail, no Greek else shall end thee. This revealed, he left him, and dispersed the cloud, that all this act concealed from vexed Achilles, who again had clear light from the skies, and, much disdaining the escape, said, O ye gods, mine eyes discover miracles. My lance submitted, and he gone, at whom I sent it with desire of his confusion. Aeneas sure was loved of heaven. I thought his vaunt from thence had flowed from glory. Let him go. No more experience will his mind long for at my hands. He flies them now so clear. Cheer then the Greeks, and others try. Thus ranged he everywhere the Grecian orders, every man, of which the most looked on to see their fresh lord shake his lance, he thus put charge upon. Divine Greeks, stand not thus at gaze, but man to man apply your several valours. 'Tis a task laid too unequally on me, left to so many men, one man opposed to all. Not Mars, immortal and a god, not war's she-general, a field of so much fight could chase, and work it out with blows. But what a man may execute, that all limbs will expose, and all their strength to the utmost nerve, though now I lost some play by some strange miracle, no more shall burn in vain the day to any least beam. All this host I'll ransack, and have hope of all not one again will scape, whoever gives such scope to his adventure, and so near dares tempt my angry lance. Thus he excited. Hector then as much strives to advance the hearts of his men, adding threats, affirming he would stand in combat with Aeacides. Give fear, said he, No hand of your great hearts, brave Ilians, for Peleus' talking son. I'll fight with any god with words, but when their spears put on, the work runs high, their strength exceeds mortality so far, and they make works crown their words, which holds not in the war Achilles makes. His hands have bounds, this word he shall make good, and leave another to the field. His worst shall be withstood, with sole objection of myself, though in his hand he bear a rage like fire, though fire itself his raging fingers were, and burning steel flew in his strength. Thus he incited his, and they raised lances, and to work with mixed courages, and up flew clamour, but the heat in Hector Phoebus gave this temper. Do not meet, said he, in any single brave the man thou threatenest, but in press, and in thy strength impeach his violence, for far off or near his sword or dart will reach. The god's voice made a difference in Hector's own conceit betwixt his and Achilles' words, and gave such overweight as weighed him back into his strength, and curbed his flying out, at all through fierce Iliads, and gave a horrid shout. The first of all he put to dart was fierce Iphition, surnamed Otrintides, whom Neus the water-nymph made son to town destroyed Otrintius, beneath the snowy hill of Tmolus, in the wealthy town of Hyda. At his will were many able men-at-arms. He, rushing in, took full Pelides' lance in his head's midst, that cleft in two his skull. Achilles knew him one much famed, and thus insulted then. Thou art dead, Otrintides, though called the terriblest of men. Thy race runs at Gygius' lake. There thy inheritance lay, near fishy Hylas and the gulfs of Hermus, but this day removes it to the fields of Troy. Thus left he night to seize his closed eyes, his body laid in course of all the priests, which Grecian horse broke with the strakes nailed to their chariot wheels. Next, through the temples, the burst eyes, his deadly javelin seals of great in Troy Antenor's son, renowned Demoleon, a mighty turner of a field. His overthrow set gone Hippodamus, who leaped from horse, and as he fled before Iliads turned back, he made fell Peleus' gore, and forth he puffed his flying soul, and as a tortured bull to Neptune brought for sacrifice, a troop of youngsters pulled down to the earth, and drag him round about the hallowed shore, to please the watery deity with forcing him to roar, and forth he pours his utmost throat. So bellowed this slain friend of flying Ilion, with the breath that gave his being end. Then rushed he on, and in his eye had heavenly Polydore, old Priam's son, whom last of all his fruitful princess bore, and for his youth, being dear to him, the king forbade to fight. Yet, hot of unexperienced blood, to show how exquisite he was of foot, for which of all the 50 sons he held the special name, he flew before the first heat of the field, even till he flew out breath and soul, which through the back the lance of swift Achilles put in air, and did his head advance out at his navel. On his knees the poor prince crying fell, and gathered with his tender hands his entrails, that did swell quite through the wide wound, till a cloud as black as death concealed their sight, and all the world from him. When Hector had beheld his brother tumbled so to earth, his entrails still in hand, dark sorrow overcast his eyes, nor far off could he stand a minute longer, but like a fire he brake out of the throng, shook his long lance at Thetis' son, and then came he along to feed the encounter. "Oh," said he, "here comes the man that most of all the world destroys my mind, the man by whom I lost my dear Patroclus. Now not long the crooked paths of war can yield us any privy scapes. Come, keep not off so far," he cried to Hector. "Make the pain of thy sure death as short, as one so desperate of his life hath reason." In no sort this frighted Hector, who bore close and said, "Iliads, leave threats for children. I have power to thunder calumnies as well as others, and well know thy strength superior far to that my nerves hold. But the gods, not nerves, determine war. And yet, for nerves, there will be found a strength of power in mine to drive a lance home to thy life. My lance as well as thine hath point and sharpness, and 'tis this. Thus brandishing his spear, he set it flying, which a breath of Pallas back did bear from Thetis' son to Hector's self, and at his feet it fell. Achilles used no dart, but close flew in, and thought to deal with no strokes but of sure dispatch. But what with all his blood he laboured, Phoebus cleared with ease, as being a god and stood for Hector's guard, as Pallas did Eocides for thine. He wrapped him from him, and a cloud of much night cast between his person and the point opposed. Achilles then exclaimed, O see, yet more gods are at work. Apollo's hand hath framed, dog that thou art, thy rescue now, to whom go pay thy vows thy safety owes him. I shall vent in time those fatal blows that yet beat in my heart on thine, if any god remain my equal fautor. In meantime my anger must maintain his fire on other Ilians. Then laid he at his feet great Demuchus, Philetor's son, and Dryope did greet with like encounter. Dardanus and strong Laogonus, wise Bias' sons, he hurled from horse. Of one victorious with his closed sword, the other's life he conquered with his lance. Then Tros, Alastor's son, made in, and sought to 'scape their chance with free submission. Down he fell, and prayed about his knees he would not kill him, but take ruth, as one that destinies made to that purpose, being a man born in the selfsame year that he himself was. O poor fool, to suit to him to bear a ruthful mind! He well might know he could not fashion him in ruth's soft mould. He had no spirit to brook that interim in his hot fury. He was none of these remorseful men, gentle and affable, but fierce at all times, and mad then. He gladly would have made a prayer, and still so hugged his knees he could not quit him, till at last his sword was fain to free his fettered knees. That made a vent for his white liver's blood, that caused such pitiful effects, of which it poured a flood about his bosom, which it filled, even till it drowned his eyes, and all sense failed him. Forth then flew this prince of tragedies, who next stooped Mulius, even to death with his insatiate spear. One ear it entered, and made good his pass to the other ear. Echeclus then, Agenor's son, he struck between the brows, whose blood set fire upon his sword, that cooled it till the throes of his then labouring brain let out his soul to fixed fate, and gave cold entry to black death. Deucalion then had state in these men's beings, where the nerves about the elbow knit. Down to his hand his spear-steel pierced, and brought such pain to it as led death jointly, whom he saw before his fainting eyes, and in his neck felt, with a stroke, laid on so, that off flies his head. One of the twice 12 bones that all the backbone make let out his marrow, when the head he, helm and all, did take, and hurled among the Ilians, the body stretched on earth. Rigmus of fruitful Thrace next fell. He was the famous birth of Pireus. His belly's midst the lance took, whose stern force quite tumbled him from chariot. In turning back the horse, their guider Areithous received another lance that threw him to his lord. No end was put to the mischance Achilles entered, but as fire, fallen in a flash from heaven, inflames the high woods of dry hills, and with a storm is driven through all the sylvan deeps, and raves, till down goes everywhere the smothered hill, so every way Achilles and his spear consumed the champaign. The black earth flowed with the veins he tore, and look how oxen, yoked and driven about the circular floor of some fair barn, tread suddenly the thick sheaves thin of corn, and all the corn consumed with chaff, so mixed and overborne beneath Achilles' one-hoofed horse, shields, spears, and men lay trod. his axle-trees and chariot wheels all spattered with the blood hurled from the steeds' hoofs and the strakes, thus to be magnified, his most inaccessible hands in human blood he dyed. End of the 20th Book. The 21st Book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 21st Book of Homer's Iliads. The Argument. In 2 parts Troy's host parted. Thetis' son, one to Scamander, one to Ilion pursues. 12 lords he takes alive, to end in sacrifice for vengeance to his friend. Asteropaeus dies by his fierce hand, and Priam's son, Lycaon. Over land the flood breaks, where Achilles being engaged, Vulcan preserves him, and with spirit enraged sets all the champaign and the floods on fire. Contention then doth all the gods inspire. Apollo in Agenor's shape does stay Achilles' fury, and by giving way makes him pursue, till the deceit gives leave that Troy in safety might her friends receive. Another argument. Phi, at the flood shore doth express the labours of Aeacides. And now they reached the goodly swelling channel of the flood, gulf-eating Xanthus, whom Jove mixed with his immortal brood, and there Achilles cleft the host of Ilion. One side fell on Xanthus, the other on the town, and that did he impel the same way that the last day's rage put all the Greeks in rout, when Hector's fury reigned. These now Achilles poured about the scattered field. To stay the flight, Saturnia cast before their hasty feet a standing fog, and then flight's violence bore the other half full on the flood. The silver gulfed deep received them with a mighty cry. The billows vast and steep roared at their armours, which the shores did round about resound. This way and that they swum, and shrieked as in the gulfs they drowned, and as in fired fields locusts rise, as the unwearied blaze plies still their rising, till in swarms all rushed as in a maze, for scape into some neighbour flood. So the Achillean stroke here drave the foe, the gulfy flood with men and horse did choke. Then on the shore the worthy hid, and left his horrid lance amid the tamarisks, and spirit-like did with his sword advance up to the river. Ill affairs took up his furious brain for Troy's engagements. Every way he doubled slain on slain. A most unmanly noise was made, with those he put to sword, of groans and outcries. The flood blushed, to be so much engorged with such base souls, and as small fish the swift-finned dolphin fly, filling the deep pits in the ports, on whose close strength they lie, and there he swallows them in shoals. So here, to rocks and holes about the flood, the Trojans fled, and there most lost their souls, even till he tired his slaughterous arm. 12 fair young princes then he chose of all to take alive, to have them freshly slain on that most solemn day of wreak, resolved on for his friend. These led he trembling forth the flood, as fearful of their end as any hind calves. All their hands he pinioned behind, with their own girdles worn upon their rich weeds, and resigned their persons to his myrmidons to bear to fleet. And he plunged in the stream again to take more work of tragedy. He met, then issuing the flood, with all intent of flight, Lycaon, Dardan Priam's son, whom lately in the night he had surprised, as in a wood of Priam's he had cut the green arms of a wild fig tree, to make him spokes to put in naves of his new chariot. An ill then, all unthought, stole on him in Achilles' shape, who took him thence, and brought to well-built Lemnos, selling him to famous Jason's son, from whom a guest then in his house, Imbrius Eetion redeemed at high rate, and sent home to Arisba, whence he fled, and saw again his father's court. 11 days banqueted amongst his friends. The 12th God thrust his hapless head again into the hands of stern Aeacides, who now must send him slain to Pluto's court, and 'gainst his will. Him, when Achilles knew, naked of helmet, shield, sword, lance, all which for ease he threw to earth, being overcome with sweat, and labour wearying his flying knees, he stormed and said, O heaven, a wondrous thing invades mine eyes. Those Ilians, that heretofore I slew, rise from the dark dead quick again. This man fate makes eschew his own steel fingers. He was sold in Lemnos, and the deep of all seas twixt this Troy and that many a man doth keep from his loved country, bars him not. Come then, he now shall taste the head of Peleus, and try if steel will down as fast as other fortunes, or kind earth can any surer seize on his sly person, whose strong arms have held down Hercules. His thoughts thus moved, while he stood firm, to see if he espied, would offer flight, which first he thought, but when he had descried, he was descried, and flight was vain, fearful he made more nigh, with purpose to embrace his knees, and now long much to fly his black fate, and abhorred death by coming in. His foe observed all this, and up he raised his lance as he would throw, and then Lycaon close ran in, fell on his breast, and took Achilles' knees, whose lance on earth now stayed, did overlook his still turned back, with thirst to glut his sharp point with the blood that lay so ready. But that thirst Lycaon's thirst withstood to save his blood. Achilles' knee in his one hand he knit, his other held the long lance hard, and would not part with it, but thus besought, I kiss thy knees, divine Aeacides, respect me, and my fortunes rue. I now present the access of a poor suppliant for thy ruth, and I am one that is worthy of thy ruth, O Jove's beloved. First hour my miseries fell into any hand, 'twas thine. I tasted all my bread by thy gift since, O since that hour that thy surprisal led from forth the fair wood my sad feet, far from my loved allies, to famous Lemnos, where I found 100 oxen's prize to make my ransom, for which now I thrice the worth will raise. This day makes 12 since I arrived in Ilion, many days being spent before in sufferance, and now a cruel fate thrusts me again into thy hands. I should haunt Jove with hate, that with such set malignity gives thee my life again. There were but 2 of us, for whom Laothoe suffered pain. Laothoe, old Altes' seed, Alte, whose palace stood in height of upper Pedasus, near Satnius' silver flood, and ruled the warlike Lelegy, whose seed, as many more, King Priam married, and begot the godlike Polydore, and me accursed. Thou slaughterest him, and now thy hand on me will prove as mortal. I did think, when here I met with thee, I could not scape thee, yet give ear, and add thy mind to it. I told my birth to intimate, though one sire did beget, yet one womb brought not into light Hector, that slew thy friend, and me. O do not kill me then, but let the wretched end of Polydore excuse my life. For half our being bred brothers to Hector, he half paid. No more is forfeited. Thus sued he humbly, but he heard, with this austere reply, Fool, urge not ruth nor price to me, till that solemnity, resolved on for Patroclus' death, pay all his rights to fate. Till his death I did grace to Troy, and many lives did rate at price of ransom, but none now, of all the brood of Troy, whoever Jove throws to my hands, shall any breath enjoy that death can beat out, specially that touch at Priam's race. Die, die, my friend, what tears are these? What sad looks spoil thy face? Patroclus died, that far passed thee. Nay, seest thou not beside myself, even I, a fair young man, and rarely magnified, and to my father being a king, a mother have that sits in rank with goddesses, and yet, when thou hast spent thy spirits, death and as violent a fate must overtake even me. By twilight, mornlight, day, high noon, whatever destiny sets on her man to hurl a lance, or knit out his string an arrow that must reach my life. This said, a languishing Lycaon's heart bent like his knees, yet left him strength to advance both hands for mercy as he kneeled. His foe yet leaves his lance, and forth his sword flies, which he hid in furrow of a wound driven through the jointure of his neck. Fell flat he on the ground, stretched with death's pangs, and all the earth imbrued with timeless blood. Then gripped Diocedes his heel, and to the lofty flood flung, swinging his unpitied course, to see it swim and toss upon the rough waves, and said, Go, feed fat the fish with loss of thy left blood. They clean will suck thy green wounds, and this saves thy mother tears upon thy bed. Deep Xanthus on his waves shall hoist thee bravely to a tomb, that in her burly breast the sea shall open, where great fish may keep thy funeral feast with thy white fat, and on the waves dance at thy wedding fate, clad in black horror, keeping close inaccessible state. So perish Ilians, till we pluck the brows of Ilion down to her feet. You flying still, I flying still upon, thus in the rear, and as my brows were forked with rabid horns, toss ye together. This brave flood, that strengthens and adorns your city with his silver gulfs, to whom so many bulls your zeal hath offered, which blind zeal his sacred currents gulls, with casting chariots and horse quick to his prayed-for aid, shall nothing profit. Perish then, till cruelest death hath laid all at the red feet of revenge for my slain friend, and all with whom the absence of my hands made yours a festival. This speech great Xanthus more enraged, and made his spirit contend for means to shut up the oped veins against him, and defend the Trojans in it from his plague. In meantime Peleus' son, and now with that long lance he hid, for more blood set upon Asteropaeus, the descent of Pelagon, and he of broad-streamed Axius, and the dame of first nativity to all the daughters that renowned Acasomenus' seed, bright Peribea, whom the flood, armed thick with lofty reed, compressed. At her grandchild now went Thetis' great son, whose foe stood armed with 2 darts, being set on by Xanthus angered so for these youths' blood shed in his stream by vengeful Thetis' son without all mercy. Both being near, great Thetydes begun with this high question: Of what race art thou that darest oppose thy power to mine thus? Cursed wombs they ever did disclose that stood my anger. He replied, What makes thy fury's heat talk, and seek pedigrees? Far hence lies my native seat, in rich Paeonia. My race from broad-streamed Axius runs, Axius that gives earth purest drink of all the watery sons of great Oceanus, and got the famous for his spear Pelagonus that fathered me, and these Paeonians here, armed with long lances here I lead, and here the 11th fair light shines on us since we entered Troy. Come now, brave man, let's fight. Thus spake he threatening, and to him Pelides made reply with shaken Peleus, but his foe with 2 at once let fly, for both his hands were dexterous. One javelin struck the shield of Thetis' son, but struck not through. The gold, God's gift, repelled the eager point. The other lance fell lightly on the part of his fair right hand's cubit. Forth the black blood spun. The dart glanced over, fastening on the earth, and there his spleen was spent that wished the body. With which wish Achilles his lance sent, that quite missed, and infixed itself fast in steep up shore. even to the midst it entered it. Himself then fiercely bore upon his enemy with his sword. His foe was tugging hard to get his lance out. Thrice he plucked, and thrice sure Peleus barred his wished evulsion. The fourth pluck he bowed, and meant to break the ashen plant. But ere that act, Achilles' sword did check his bent power, and break out his soul. Full in the navel stead he ripped his belly up, and out his entrails fell, and dead his breathless body. Whence his arms Achilles drew, and said, Lie there, and prove it dangerous to lift up adverse head against Jove's sons, although a flood were ancestor to thee. Thy vaunts urged him, but I may vaunt a higher pedigree from Jove himself. King Peleus was son to Aeacus, infernal Aeacus to Jove, and I to Peleus. Thunder-voiced Jove far passeth floods, that only murmurs raise with earth and water as they run with tribute to the seas, and his seed theirs exceeds as far. A flood, a mighty flood, raged near thee now, but with no aid. Jove must not be withstood. King Achelous yields to him, and great Oceanus, whence all floods, all the sea, all founts, wells, all deeps humorous fetch their beginnings. Yet even he fears Jove's flash, and the crack his thunder gives, when out of heaven it tears ato his rack. Thus plucked he from the shore his lance, and left the waves to wash the wave-sprung entrails, about which foussins and other fish did shoal, to nibble at the fat, which his sweet kidneys hid. This for himself. Now to his men, the well-rowed peons, did his rage contend, all which cold fear shook into flight, to see their captain slain, at whose mazed flight as much enraged flew he, and then fell all these: Thrasius, Medon, Astypulus, great Ophelestes, Aeneas, Menesus, Thersilochus. And on these many more had fallen, unless the angry flood had took the figure of a man, and in a whirl-pit stood, thus speaking to Aeacides: Past all, power feeds thy will, thou great grandchild of Aeacus, and past all, the art in ill, and gods themselves confederates. And Jove, the best of gods, all deaths gives thee, all places not. Make my shores periods to all shore service. In the field let thy field-axe run high, not in my waters. My sweet streams choke with mortality of men slain by thee. Carcasses so glut me that I fail to pour into the sacred sea my waves, yet still assail thy cruel forces. Cease, amaze affects me with thy rage, prince of people. He replied, Shall thy command assuage, gulf-fed Scamander, my free wrath? I'll never leave, pursued, proud Ilion's slaughters, till this hand in her filled walls conclude her flying forces, and hath tried in single fight the chance of war with Hector, whose event with stark death shall advance one of our conquests. Thus again he like fury flew upon the Trojans, when the flood his sad plaint did pursue to bright Apollo, telling him he was too negligent of Jove's high charge, importuning by all means vehement his help of Troy, till latest even should her black shadows pour on earth's broad breast. In all his worst, Achilles yet from shore leapt to his midst, then swelled his waves, then raged, then boiled again against Achilles. Up flew all, and all the bodies slain in all his deeps, of which the heaps made bridges to his waves, he belched out, roaring like a bull. The unslain yet he saves in his black whirl-pits vast and deep. A horrid billow stood about Achilles. On his shield the violence of the flood beat so, it drave him back, and took his feet up, his fair palm enforced to catch into his stay a broad and lofty elm, whose roots he tossed up with his hold, and tore up all the shore. With this then he repelled the waves, and those thick arms it bore he made a bridge to bear him off, for all fell in, when he forth from the channel threw himself. The rage did terrify even his great spirit, and made him add wings to his swiftest feet, and tread the land. And yet not there the flood left his retreat, but thrust his billows after him, and black them all at top, to make him fear and fly his charge, and set the broad field ope for Troy to scape in. He sprung out a dart's cast, but came on again with redoubled force, as when the swiftest flown and strongest of all fowls, Jove's black hawk, the huntress, stoops upon a much-loved quarry. So charged he, his arms with horror wrung against the black waves. Yet again he was so urged, he flung his body from the flood and fled. And after him again the waves flew roaring, as a man that finds a water vein, and from some black fount is to bring his streams through plants and groves, goes with his mattock, and all checks set to his course removes. When that runs freely, under it the pebbles all give way, and where it finds a fall, runs swift, nor can the leader stay his current then. Before himself full paced it murmurs on. So of Achilles evermore the strong flood vantage won. Though most deliver, gods are still above the powers of men. As oft as the able godlike man endeavoured to maintain his charge on them that kept the flood, and charged as he would try, if all the gods inhabiting the broad unreached sky could daunt his spirit, so oft still the rude waves charged him round, ramped on his shoulders, from whose depth his strength and spirit would bound up to the free air, vexed in soul. And now the vehement flood made faint his knees, so overthwart his waves were. They withstood all the denied dust, which he wished and now was fain to cry, casting his eyes to that broad heaven that late he longed to try, and said, O Jove, how am I left? No god vouchsafes to free me, miserable man. Help now, and after torture me with any outrage. Would to heaven Hector, the mightiest bred in this region, had imbrued his javelin in my breast, that strong may fall by strong, where now weak water's luxury must make my death blush. One, heaven-born, shall like a hog-herd die, drowned in a dirty torrent's rage. Yet none of you in heaven I blame for this, but she alone by whom this life was given, that now must die thus. She would still delude me with her tales, affirming Phoebus's shafts should end within the Trojans' walls, my cursed beginning. In this strait Neptune and Pallas flew to fetch him off. In men's shapes both close to his danger drew, and taking both hands, thus spake the Shaker of the world, Pylades, do not stir a foot, nor these waves, proudly curled against thy bold breast, fear a jot. Thou hast us two thy friends, Neptune and Pallas, Jove himself approving the aid we lend. 'Tis nothing as thou fearest with fate, she will not see thee drowned. This height shall soon down, thine own eyes shall see it set aground. Be ruled then, we advise thee well. Take not thy hand away from putting all, indifferently, to all that it can lay upon the Trojans, till the walls of haughty Ilion conclude all in a desperate flight. And when thou hast set gone the soul of Hector, turned to fleet, our hands shall plant a wreath of endless glory on thy brows. Thus to the free from death both made retreat. He much impelled by charge the godheads gave, the field that now was overcome with many a boundless wave, he overcame. On their wild breasts they tossed the carcasses and arms of many a slaughtered man, and now the winged knees of this great captain bore aloft. Against the flood he flies with full assault, nor could that god make shrink his rescued thighs, nor shrunk the flood, but as his foe grew powerful, he grew mad, thrust up a billow to the sky, and crystal Simois bade to his assistance. Simois, ho, brother, out he cried, come, add thy current, and resist this man half deified, or Ilion he will pull down straight. The Trojans cannot stand a minute longer. Come, assist, and instantly command all fountains in thy rule to rise, all torrents to make in, and stuff thy billows, with whose height engenders such a din, with trees torn up and justling stones, as so amain a man may shrink beneath us, whose power thrives do my power all it can. He dares things fitter for a god, but nor his form, nor force, nor glorious arm shall profit it. All which, and his dead corse, I vow to roll up in my sands, nay, bury in my mud, nay, in the very sinks of Troy, that poured into my flood, shall make him drowning work enough, and being drowned, I'll set a fort of such strong filth on him, that Greece shall never get his bones from it. There stand Achilles' sepulchre, and save a burial for his friends. This fury did transfer his high-ridged billows on the prince, roaring with blood and foam and carcasses. The crimson stream did snatch into her womb surprised Achilles, and her height stood, held up by the hand of Jove himself. Then Juno cried and called to countermand this watery deity, the god that holds command in fire, afraid lest that gulf-stomached flood would satiate his desire on great Achilles. Mulciber, my best-loved son, she cried, rouse thee, for all the gods conceive this flood thus amplified is raised at thee, and shows as if his waves would drown the sky, and put out all the sphere of fire. Haste, help thy empery. Light flames deep as his pits. Ourselves the west wind and the south will call out of the sea, and breathe in either's full-charged mouth, a storm to enrage thy fires against Troy, which shall, in one exhaled, blow flames of sweat about their brows, and make their armours scald. Go thou then, and 'gainst these winds rise, make work on Xanthus' shore, with setting all his trees on fire, and in his own breast pour a fervour that shall make it burn. Nor let fair words or threats avert thy fury till I speak, and then subdue the heats of all thy blazes. Mulciber prepared a mighty fire, first in the field used, burning up the bodies, that the ire of great Achilles reft of souls. The quite drowned field it dried, and shrunk the flood up. And as fields that have been long time cloyed with catching weather, when their corn lies on the gravel heap, are with a constant north wind dried, with which for comfort leap their hearts that sowed them, so this field was dried, the bodies burned, and even the flood into a fire as bright as day was turned. Elms, willows, tamarisks were inflamed, the lote trees, sea-grass, reeds, and rushes, with the galingale roots, of which abundance breeds about the sweet flood, all were fired. The gliding fishes flew upwards in flames, the grovelling eels crept upright, all which slew wise Vulcan's unresisted spirit. The flood out of a flame cried to him, Cease, O Mulciber, no deity can tame thy matchless virtue, nor would I. Since thou art thus hot, strive. Cease then thy strife. Let Thetis' son, with all thy wished haste, drive, even to their gates, these Ilians. What toucheth me their aid or this contention? Thus in flames the burning river prayed, and as a cauldron, underput with store of fire, and wrought with boiling of well-fed brawn, all leaps up his wave aloft, bavins of sere wood urging it, and spreading flames apace, till all the cauldron be engirt with a consuming blaze. So round this flood burned, and so sod his sweet and tortured streams, nor could flow forth, bound in the fumes of Vulcan's fiery beams, who, then not moved, his mother's ruth by all his means he craves, and asked why Vulcan should invade and so torment his waves past other floods, when his offence rose not to such degree as that of other gods for Troy, and that himself would free her wrath to it, if she were pleased, and prayed her that her son might be reflected, adding this, that he would ne'er be one to help keep off the ruinous day, in which all Troy should burn, fired by the Grecians. This vow heard, she charged her son to turn his fiery spirits to their homes, and said it was not fit a god should suffer so for men. Then Vulcan did remit his so unmeasured violence, and back the pleasant flood ran to his channel. Thus these gods she made friends, the other stood at weighty difference. Both sides ran together with a sound that earth resounded, and great heaven about did surbound. Jove heard it, sitting on his hill, and laughed to see the gods buckle to arms like angry men, and, he pleased with their odds, they laid it freely. Of them all, thump buckler Mars began, and at Minerva with a lance of brass he headlong ran, these vile words ushering his blows. Thou dog-fly, what's the cause thou makest gods fight thus? Thy huge heart breaks all our peaceful laws with thy insatiate shamelessness. Rememberest thou the hour when Diomed charged me, and by thee, and thou with all thy power, tookst lance thyself, and in all sights rushed on me with a wound? Now vengeance falls on thee for all. This said, the shield fringed round with fighting adders, borne by Jove, that not to thunder yields, he clapped his lance on, and this god, that with the blood of fields pollutes his godhead, that shield pierced, and hurt the armed maid, but back she leapt, and with her strong hand rapped the huge stone, laid above the champaign, black and sharp, that did in old time break partitions to men's lands, and that she dusted in the neck of that impetuous challenger. Down to earth he swayed, and overlaid 7 acres land. His hair was all bewrayed with dust and blood mixed, and his arms wrung out. Minerva laughed, and thus insulted, O thou fool, yet hast thou not been taught to know mine eminence? Thy strength opposest thou to mine? So pay thy mother's furies then, who for these aids of thine, ever afforded perjured Troy, Greece ever left, makes spleen, and vows thee mischief. Thus she turned her blue eyes, when Love's queen the hand of Mars took, and from earth raised him with thick-drawn breath. His spirits not yet got up again, but from the press of death kind Aphrodite was his guide, which Juno seeing exclaimed, Pallas, see, Mars is helped from field. Dog-fly, his rude-tongued name thyself even now, but that his love, that dog-fly, will not leave her old consort. Upon her fly. Minerva did receive this excitation joyfully, and at the Cyprian flew, struck with her hard hand her soft breast, a blow that overthrew both her and Mars, and there both lay together in broad field. When thus she triumphed, so lie all, that any succours yield to these false Trojans 'gainst the Greeks, so bold and patient as Venus, shunning charge of me, and no less impotent be all their aids than hers to Mars. So short work would be made in our depopulating Troy, this hardiest to invade of all earth's cities. At this wish white-wristed Juno smiled. Next Neptune and Apollo stood upon the point of field, and thus spake Neptune, Phoebus, come, why at the lance's end stand we two thus? 'Twill be a shame for us to reascend Jove's golden house, being thus in field and not to fight. Begin, for 'tis no graceful work for me. Thou hast the younger chin, I older and no more. O fool, what a forgetful heart thou bearest about thee, to stand here, pressed to take the Ilian part, and fight with me! Forget'st thou then what we two, we alone of all the gods, have suffered here, when proud Laomedon enjoyed our service a whole year, for our agreed reward? Jove in his sway would have it so, and in that year I reared this broad brave wall about this town, that, being a work of mine, it might be inexpugnable. This service then was thine in Ida, that so many hills and curled-head forests crowned, to feed his oxen, crooked-shanked, and headed like the moon. But when the much joy-bringing hours brought term for our reward, the terrible Laomedon dismissed us both, and scarred our high deservings, not alone to hold our promised fee, but give us threats too. Hands and feet he swore to fetter thee, and sell thee as a slave, dismissed far hence to foreign isles. Nay, more, he would have both our ears. His vows breach, and reviles, made us part angry with him then, and dost thou gratulate now such a king's subjects? Or with us not their destruction vow, even to their chaste wives and their babes? He answered, he might hold his wisdom little, if with him, a god, for men he would maintain contention. Wretched men that flourish for a time, like leaves, each some of that earth yields, and give earth in their prime their whole selves for it. Quickly then, let us fly fight for them, nor show it offered, yet themselves bear out their own extreme. Thus he retired, and feared to change blows with his uncle's hands. His sister therefore chid him much, the goddess that commands in games of hunting, and thus spake, Fliest thou, and leaves the field to Neptune's glory, and no blows? O fool, why dost thou wield thy idle bow? No more my ears shall hear thee vaunt in skies, dares to meet Neptune, but I'll tell thy coward's tongue it lies. He answered nothing, yet Jove's wife could put on no such reins, but spake thus loosely, How darest thou, dog, whom no fear contains, encounter me? 'Twill prove a match of hard condition, though the great lady of the bow, and Jove hath set thee down for lion of thy sex, with gift to slaughter any dame thy proud will envies. Yet some dames will prove that hadst better tame wild lions upon the hills than them. But if this question rest yet under judgment in thy thoughts, and thy mind contests, I'll make thee know it. Suddenly with her left hand she catched both Cynthia's palms, locked fingers fast, and with her right she snatched from her fair shoulders her gilt bow, and, laughing, laid it on about her ears, and every way her turning seized upon, till all her arrows scattered out, her quiver emptied quite. And as a dove, that, flying a hawk, takes to some rock her flight, and in his hollow breast sits safe, her fate not yet to die, so fled she mourning, and her bow left there. Then Mercury his opposite thus undertook, Latona, at no hand will I bide combat. 'Tis a work right dangerous to stand at difference with the wives of Jove. Go, therefore, freely vaunt amongst the deities, the hast subdued, and made thy combatant yield with plain power. She answered not, but gathered up the bow and shafts fallen from her daughter's side, retiring. Up did go Diana to Jove's starry hall, her incorrupted veil trembling about her so she shook. Phoebus, lest Troy should fail before her fate, flew to her walls. The other deities flew up to Olympus, some enraged, some glad. Achilles slew both men and horse of Ilion, and as a city fired cast up a heat that purples heaven, clamors and shrieks expired in every corner, toil to all, to many misery. Which fire the insensate gods let fall, Achilles so let fly rage on the Trojans, toils and shrieks as much by him imposed. Old Priam in his sacred tower stood, and the flight disclosed of his forced people, all in rout, and not a stroke returned by fled resistance. His eyes saw in what a fury burned the son of Peleus, and down went weeping from the tower to all the port guards, and their chiefs told of his flying power, commanding the opening of the ports, but not to let their hands stir from them, for Iossides would pour in with his bands. Destruction comes, oh shut them straight when we are in, he prayed, for not our walls, I fear, will check this violent man. This said, off lifted they the bars, the ports hauled open, and they gave safety her entry with the host, which yet they could not save, had not Apollo sallied out, and strook destruction brought by Achilles in their next back, when they right upon the ports bore all, dry, dusty, spent, and on their shoulders rode rabid Achilles with his lance, still glory being the goad that pricked his fury. Then the Greeks high-ported Ilion had seized, had not Apollo stirred, Antenor's famous son, divine Agenor, and cast in an undertaking spirit to his bold bosom, and himself stood by to strengthen it, and keep the heavy hand of death from breaking in. The god stood by him, leaning on a beach, and covered his abode with night-like darkness, yet for all the spirit he inspired, when that great city razor's force his thoughts strook, he retired, stood, and went on, a world of doubt still falling in his way, when, angry with himself, he said, "Why suffer I this stay, in this so strong need to go on? If, like the rest, I fly, 'tis his best weapon to give chase, being swift, and I should die like to a coward. If I stand, I fall too. These two ways please not my purpose. I would live. What if I suffer these still to be routed, and my feet affording further length, pass all these fields of Ilion, till Ida's sylvan strength and steep heights shroud me, and at even refresh me in the flood, and turn to Ilion? O my soul, why drown'st thou in the blood of these discourses? If this course that talks of further flight I give my feet, his feet more swift have more odds. Giddy sight of that past, I passed least, for pace and length of pace his thighs will stand out all men. Meet him then. My steel hath faculties of power to pierce him. His great breast but one soul holds, and that death claims his right in, all men say. But he holds special state in Jove's high bounty, that's past man, that every way will hold, and that serves all men every way. This last heart made him bold to stand Achilles, and stirred up a mighty mind to blows. And as a panther, having heard the hound's trail, doth disclose his freckled forehead, and stares forth from out some deep-grown wood, to try what strength dares her abroad, and when her fiery blood the hounds have kindled, no quench serves of love to live or fear. Though strook, though wounded, though quite through she feels the mortal spear, but till the man's close strength she tries, or strows earth with his dart, she puts her strength out. So it fared with brave Agenor's heart. And till Achilles he had proved, no thoughts, no deeds, once stirred his fixed foot. To his broad breast his round shield he preferred, and up his arm went with his aim, his voice out with this cry, "Thy hope is too great, Peleus' son, this day to shone thine eye Troy's Ilion at thy foot. O fool, the Greeks with much more woes, more than are suffered yet, must buy great Ilion's overthrows. We are within her many strong, that for our parents' sakes, our wives and children, will save Troy, and thou, though he that makes thy name so terrible, shall make a sacrifice to her with thine own ruins." Thus he threw, nor did his javelin err, but strook his foe's leg near his knee. The fervent steel did ring against his tin graves, and leapt back. The fire-strong-handed king gave virtue of repulse, and then Aeacides assailed divine Agenor, but in vain. Apollo's power prevailed, and rapt Agenor from his reach, whom quietly he placed without the skirmish, casting mist to save from being chased his tendered person. And, he gone, to give his soldiers scape, the deity turned Achilles still, by putting on the shape of him he thirsted. Evermore he fed his eye, and fled, and he with all his knees pursued. So cunningly he led, that still he would be near his reach, to draw his rage with hope far from the conflict, to the flood maintaining still the scope of his attraction. In meantime, the other frighted powers came to the city, comforted. When Troy in all her towers, strewed with fillers, none would stand to see who stayed without, who 'scaped, and who came short. The ports cleft to receive the rout that poured itself in. Every man was for himself, most fleet, most fortunate. Whoever 'scaped, his head might thank his feet. End of the 21st Book. The 22nd Book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 22nd Book of Homer's Iliads. The Argument. All Trojans housed but Hector. Only he keeps field, and undergoes the extremity. Aeacides assaulting, Hector flies. Minerva stays him, he resists and dies. Achilles to his chariot doth enforce, and to the naval station drags his course. Another argument. Hector, in Kai, to death is done, by power of Peleus' angry son. Thus chased like hinds, the Ilians took time to drink and eat, and to refresh them, getting off the mingled dust and sweat, and good strong rampires on instead. The Greeks then cast their shields aloft their shoulders, and now fate their near invasion yields of those tough walls, her deadly hand compelling Hector's stay before Troy at the Scaean ports. Achilles still made way at Phoebus, who his bright head turned and asked, "Why, Peleus' son, pursuest thou, being a man, a god? Thy rage hath never done. Acknowledge not thine eyes my state. Esteems thy mind no more thy honor in the chase of Troy, but puts my chase before their utter conquest? They are all now housed in Ilion, while thou hunt'st me. What wish'st thou? My blood will never run on thy proud javelin." "It is thou," replied Aeacides, "that puts dishonor thus on me, thou worst of deities. Thou turn'st me from the walls, whose ports had never entertained numbers now entered, over whom thy saving hand hath reigned, and robbed my honor, and all is, since all thy actions stand, past fear of reckoning. But held I the measure in my hand, it should afford thee dear-bought scapes." Thus with elated spirits, steed-like, that at Olympus' gates wears garlands for his merits, and rattles home his chariot, extending all his pride, Achilles so parts with the god. When aged Priam spied the great Greek come, sphered round with beams and showing as if the star, surnamed Orion's hound, that springs in autumn, and sends far his radiance through a world of stars, of all whose beams his own cast greatest splendor, the midnight that renders them most shone, then being their foil, and on their points cure passing fevers then come shaking down into the joints of miserable men. As this were fallen to earth, and shot along the field his rays, now towards Priam, when he saw in great Aeacides, out flew his tender voice in shrieks, and with raised hands he smit his reverend head. Then up to heaven he cast them, showing it what plagues it sent him, down again then threw them to his son, to make him shun them. He now stood without steep Ilion, thirsting the combat, and to him thus miserably cried the kind old king, "O Hector, fly this man, this homicide, that straight will stroy thee. He's too strong, and would to heaven he were as strong in heaven's love as in mine. Vultures and dogs should tear his prostrate carcass. All my woes quenched with his bloody spirits. He has robbed me of many sons and worthy, and their merits sold to far islands. 2 of them, ah me, I miss but now. They are not entered, nor stay here. Laothoe, O 'twas thou, O queen of women, from whose womb they breathed. Oh, did the tents detain them only, brass and gold would purchase safe events to their sad durance. 'Tis within old Altes, young in fame, gave plenty for his daughter's dower. But if they fed the flame of this man's fury, woe is me, woe to my wretched queen. But in our state's woe their two deaths will not at all be seen, so thy life quit them. Take the town, retire, dear son, and save Troy's husbands and her wives, nor give thine own life to the grave for this man's glory. Pity me, wretch, so long alive, who in the door of age Jove keeps, that so he may deprive my being in fortune's utmost curse to see the blackest thread of this life's miseries, my sons slain, my daughters ravished, their resting chambers sacked, their babes, torn from them, on their knees pleading for mercy, themselves dragged to Grecian slaveries, and all this drawn through my red eyes. Then last of all kneel I, alone, all helpless at my gates, before my enemy, that ruthless gives me to my dogs, all the deformity of age discovered, and all this thy death, sought wilfully, will pour on me. A fair young man at all parts it beseems, being bravely slain, to lie all gashed, and wear the worst extremes of war's most cruelty. No wound of whatsoever ruth, but is his ornament. But I, a man so far from youth, white-head, white-bearded, wrinkled, pined, all shames must show the eye. Live, prevent this then, this most shame of all man's misery. Thus wept the old king, and tore off his white hair. Yet all these retired not Hector. Hecuba then fell upon her knees, stripped naked her bosom, showed her breasts, and bade him reverence them, and pity her. If ever she had quieted his exclaim, he would seize hers, and take the town, not tempting the rude field when all had left it. Think, said she, I gave thee life, to yield my life recomfort. Thy rich wife shall have no rights of thee, nor do thee rights. Our tears shall pay thy course no obsequy, being ravished from us, Grecian dogs nourished with what I nursed. Thus wept both these, and to his ruth proposed the utmost worse of what could chance them. Yet he stayed, and now drew deadly near mighty Achilles, yet he still kept deadly station there. Look how a dragon, when he sees a traveller bent upon her breeding den, her bosom fed with full contagion, gathers her forces, sits him firm, and at his nearest pace wraps all her cavern in her folds, and thrusts a horrid face out at his entry. Hector so, with unextinguished spirit, stood great Achilles, stirred no foot, but at the prominent turret bent to his bright shield, and resolved to bear fallen to heaven on it. Yet all this resolute abode did not so truly fit his free election, but he felt a much more galling spur to the performance, with conceit of what he should incur entering, like others, for this cause, to which he thus gave way. O me, if I shall take the town, Polydamas will lay this flight and all this death on me, who counselled me to lead my powers to Troy this last black night, when so I saw make head incensed Achilles. I yet stayed, though, past all doubt, that course had much more profited than mine, which being by so much worse, as comes to all our flight and death, my folly now, I fear, hath bred this scandal. All our town now burns my ominous ear with whispering. Hector's self-conceit hath cast away his host, and this true, this extremity that I rely on most is best for me. Stay and retire with this man's life, or die, here for our city with renown, since all else fled but I. And yet one way cuts both these ways. What if I hang my shield, my helm and lance here on these walls, and meet in humble field renowned Achilles, offering him Helen and all the wealth, whatever in his hollow keels bore Alexander's stealth for both the Atrides. For the rest, whatever is possessed in all this city, known or hid, by oath shall be confessed of all our citizens, of which one half the Greeks shall have, one half themselves. But why, loved soul, would these suggestions save thy state still in me? I'll not sue, nor would he grant, but I, mine arms cast off, should be assured a woman's death to die. To men of oak and rock, no words, virgins and youths talk thus, virgins and youths that love and woo. There's other war with us. What blows and conflicts urge? We cry hates and defiances, and with the garlands these trees bear, try which hand Jove will bless. These thoughts employed his stay, and now Achilles comes. Now near his Mars-like presence terribly came, brandishing his spear. His right arm shook it. His bright arms like day came glittering on, like firelight, or the light of heaven shot from the rising sun. This sight outwrought discourse. Cold fear shook Hector from his stand. No more stay now. All ports were left. He fled in fear the hand of that fear-master, who, hawk-like, air's swiftest passenger that holds a timorous dove in chase, and with command doth bear his fiery onset. The dove hastes, the hawk comes whizzing on, this way and that he turns and winds, and cuffs the pigeon, and till he truss it, his great spirit lays hot charge on his wing. So urged Achilles Hector's flight, so still fear's point did sting his troubled spirit. His knees wrought hard, along the wall he flew, in that fair chariot way that runs beneath the tower of view and Troy's wild fig tree, till they reached where those two mother springs of deep's commander poured abroad their silver murmurings, one warm and cast out fumes as fire, the other cold as snow or hail dissolved. And when the sun made ardent summer glow, their waters concrete crystal shined, near which were cisterns made, all paved and clear, where Trojan wives and their fair daughters had laundry for their fine linen weeds, in times of cleanly peace, before the Grecians brought their siege. These captains noted these, one flying, the other in pursuit. A strong man flew before, a stronger followed him by far, and close up to him bore. Both did their best, for neither now ran for a sacrifice, or for the sacrificer's hide, our runner's usual prize. These ran for tame horse Hector's soul, and as two running steeds, backed in some set race for a game that tries their swiftest speeds, a tripod or a woman given for some man's funerals, such speed made these men, and on foot ran thrice about the walls. The gods beheld them, all much moved, and Jove said, O ill sight! A man I love much I see forced in most unworthy flight about great Ilion. My heart grieves, he paid so many vows with thighs of sacrificed beeves, both on the lofty brows of Ida and in Ilion's height. Consult we, shall we free his life from death, or give it now to Achilles' victory? Minerva answered, Alter fate, one long since marked for death, now take from death? Do thou but know he still shall run beneath our other censures. Be it then, replied the Thunderer, my love Tritonia, at thy will. In this I will prefer thy free intention, work it all. Then stooped she from the sky to this great combat. Peleus' son pursued incessantly still flying Hector, as a hound that having roused a hart, although he tappish ne'er so oft, and every shrubby part attempts for strength, and trembles in, the hound doth still pursue so close, that not a foot he fails, but hunts it still at view. So plied Achilles Hector's steps, as oft as he essayed the Dardan ports and towers for strength, to fetch from thence some aid with winged shafts, so oft forced he amends apace, and stepped twixt him and all his hopes, and still upon the field he kept his utmost turnings to the town. And yet, as in a dream one thinks he gives another chase, when such a feigned extreme possesseth both, that he in chase the chaser cannot fly, nor can the chaser get to hand his flying enemy. So nor Achilles' chase could reach the flight of Hector's pace, nor Hector's flight enlarge itself of swift Achilles' chase. But how chanced this? How all this time could Hector bear the knees of fierce Achilles with his own, and keep off destinies, if Phoebus, for his last and best, through all that course had failed to add his succours to his nerves, and as his foe assailed near and within him, fed his scape? Achilles yet well knew his knees would fetch him, and gave signs to some friends, making shew of shooting at him, to forbear, lest they detract so from his full glory in first wounds, and in the overthrow make his hand last. But when they reached the fourth time the two founts, then Jove his golden scales weighed up, and took the last accounts of fate for Hector, putting in for him and Peleus' son 2 fates of bitter death, of which high heaven received the one, the other hell, so low declined the light of Hector's life. Then Phoebus left him, when war's queen came to resolve the strife in the other's knowledge. Now, said she, Jove-loved Eocides, I hope at last to make renown perform a brave access to all the Grecians. We shall now lay low this champion's height, though never so insatiate was his great heart of fight. Nor must he scape our pursuit still, though at the feet of Jove Apollo bows into a sphere, soliciting more love to his most favoured. Breathe thee then, stand firm, myself will haste and hearten Hector to change blows. She went, and he stood fast, leaned on his lance, and much was joyed that single stroke should try this fadging conflict. Then came close the changed deity to Hector, like Deiphobus in shape and voice, and said, O brother, thou art too much urged to be thus combated about our own walls. Let us stand and force to a retreat the insulting chaser. Hector joyed at this so kind deceit, and said, O good Deiphobus, thy love was most before of all my brothers dear to me. But now exceeding more it costs me honour, that, thus urged, thou comest to part the charge of my last fortunes. Other friends keep town, and leave at large my racked endeavours. She replied, Good brother, 'tis most true. One after other, king and queen, and all our friends did sue, even on their knees, to stay me there. Such tremblings shake them all with this man's terror. But my mind so grieved to see our wall girt with thy chases, that to death I long to urge thy stay. Come, fight we, thirsty of his blood. No more let's fear to lay cost on our lances, but approve, if bloodied with our spoils, he can bear glory to their fleet, or shut up all their toils in his one sufferance on thy lance. With this deceit she led, and both come near. Thus Hector spake, Thrice have I compassed this great town, Peleus' son, in flight, with aversation that out of fate put off my steps, but now all flight is flown, the short course set up, death or life. Our resolutions yet must shun all rudeness, and the gods before our valour set for use of victory, and they being worthiest witnesses of all vows, since they keep vows best, before their deities, let vows of fit respect pass both, when conquest hath bestowed her wreath on either. Here I vow no fury shall be showed, that is not manly, on thy course, but having spoiled thy arms, resign thy person, which swear thou. These fair and temperate terms far fled Achilles, his brows bent, and outflew this reply, Hector, thou only pestilence in all mortality to my sere spirits, never set the point twixt thee and me any conditions, but as far as men and lions fly all terms of covenant, lambs and wolves, in so far opposite state, impossible for love to atone, stand we, till our souls satiate the God of soldiers. Do not dream that our disjunction can endure condition. Therefore now, all worth that fits a man call to thee, all particular parts that fit a soldier, and they all this include, besides the skill and spirit of war, hunger for slaughter, and a hate that eats thy heart to eat thy foe's heart. This stirs, this supplies in death the killing heat, and all this needst thou. No more flight. Pallas Athenia will quickly cast thee to my lance. Now together draw all griefs for vengeance, both in me, in all my friends late dead that bled thee, raging with thy lance. This said, he brandished his long lance, and away it sung, which Hector giving view, stooped low, stood firm, foreseeing it best, and quite it overflew, fastening on earth. Athenia drew it, and gave her friend, unseen of Hector. Hector then thus spake, Thou want'st thy end, godlike Achilles. Now I see, thou hast not learned my fate of Jove at all, as thy high words would bravely intimate. Much tongue affects thee, cunning words well serve thee to prepare thy blows with threats, that mine might faint with want of spirit to dare. But my back never turns with breath. It was not born to bear burthens of wounds. Strike home before, drive at my breast thy spear, as mine at thine shall, and try then if heaven's will favour thee with scape of my lance. O would Jove would take it after me, and make thy bosom take it all. An easy end would crown our difficult wars, were thy soul fled, thou most bane of our town. Thus flew his dart, touched at the midst of his black shield, and flew a huge way from it. But his heart wrath entered with the view of that hard scape, and heavy thoughts struck through him when he spied his brother vanished, and no lance beside left. Out he cried, Deiphobus, another lance! Lance nor Deiphobus stood near his call, and then his mind saw all things ominous, and thus suggested, Woe is me, the gods have called, and I must meet death here. Deiphobus I well hoped had been by with his white shield, but our strong walls shield him, and this deceit flows from Minerva. Now, oh now, ill death comes, no more flight, no more recovery. O Jove, this hath been otherwise. Thy bright sun and thyself have set the Greeks a greater prize of Hector's blood than now, of which, even jealous, you had care, but fate now conquers. I am hers, and yet not she shall share in my renown, that life is left to every noble spirit, and that some great deed shall beget that all lives shall inherit. Thus forth his sword flew, sharp and broad, and bore a deadly weight, with which he rushed in, and looked how an eagle from her height stoops to the rapture of a lamb, or cuffs a timorous hare. So fell in Hector, and at him Achilles. His mind's fare was fierce and mighty, his shield cast a sun-like radiance, helm nodded, and his fore-plume shook, and when he raised his lance, up Hesperus rose amongst the evening stars. His bright and sparkling eyes looked through the body of his foe, and sought through all that prize the next way to his thirsted life. Of all ways only one appeared to him, and that was where the unequal winding bone that joins the shoulders and the neck had place, and where there lay the speeding way to death, and there his quick eye could display the place it sought, even through those arms his friend Patroclus wore when Hector slew him. There he aimed, and there his javelin tore stern passage quite through Hector's neck, yet missed it so his throat it gave him power to change some words, but down to earth it got his fainting body. Then triumphed divine Aeacides. Hector, said he, thy heart supposed that in my friend's decease thy life was safe, my absent arm not cared for. Fool, he left one at the fleet that bettered him, and he it is that reft thy strong knees thus, and now the dogs and fowls in foulest use shall tear thee up, thy course exposed to all the Greeks' abuse. He, fainting, said, Let me implore, even by thy knees and soul, and thy great parents, do not see a cruelty so foul inflicted on me. Brass and gold receive at any rate, and quit my person, that the peers and ladies of our state may tomb it, and to sacred fire turn thy profane decrees. Dog, he replied, urge not my ruth, by parents, soul, nor knees. I would to God that any rage would let me eat thee raw, sliced into pieces, so beyond the right of any law I taste thy merits, and believe it flies the force of man to rescue thy head from the dogs. Give all the gold they can, if 10 or 20 times so much as friends would rate thy price were tendered here, with vows of more, to buy the cruelties I here have vowed, and after that thy father with his gold would free thyself, all that should fail to let thy mother hold solemnities of death with thee, and do thee such a grace to mourn thy whole course on a bed, which piecemeal all deface with fowls and dogs. He, dying, said, I, knowing thee well, foresaw thy now tried tyranny, nor hope for any other law of nature or of nations, and that fear forced much more than death my flight, which never touched at Hector's foot before. A soul of iron informs thee. Mark what vengeance the equal fates will give me of thee for this rage, when in the Scaean gates Phoebus and Paris meet with thee. Thus Death's hand closed his eyes, his soul flying his fair limbs to hell, mourning his destinies, to part so with his youth and strength. Thus dead, thus Thetis' son his prophecy answered, Die thou now. When my short thread is spun, I'll bear it as the will of Jove. This said, his brazen spear he drew, and stuck by, then his arms, that all embrued were, his spoiled shoulders of. Then all the Greeks ran in to him to see his person, and admire his terror-stirring limb, yet none stood by that gave no wound to his so goodly form, when each to other said, O Jove, he is not in the storm he came to fleet in with his fire, he handles now more soft. O friends, said stern Eocides, now that the gods have brought this man thus down, I'll freely say he brought more bane to Greece than all his aiders. Try we then, thus armed at every piece, and girding all Troy with our host, if now their hearts will leave their city clear, her clear stay slain, and all their lives receive, or hold yet, Hector being no more. But why use I a word of any act but what concerns my friend? Dead, undeplored, unsepulchred, he lies at fleet, unthought on. Never hour shall make his dead state, while the quick enjoys me, and this power to move these movers. Though in hell men say that such as die oblivion seizeth, yet in hell in me shall memory hold all her form still of my friend. Now, youths of Greece, to fleet we bear this body. Paeans sing, and all our navy greet with endless honour. We have slain Hector, the period of all Troy's glory, to whose worth all vowed as to a god. This said, a work not worthy him he set to. Of both feet he bored the nerves through, from heel to the ankle, and then knit both to his chariot with a thong of whit leather, his head trailing the centre. Up he got to chariot, where he laid the arms repurchased, and scourged on his horse that freely flew. A whirlwind made of startled dust drave with them as they drew, with which were all his black-brown curls knotted in heaps and filed. And there lay Troy's late gracious, by Jupiter exiled to all disgrace in his own land, and by his parent seen. When like her son's head, all with dust, Troy's miserable queen disdained her temples, plucking off her honoured hair, and tore her royal garments, shrieking out. In like kind Priam bore his sacred person, like a wretch that never saw a good day, broken with outcries. About both the people prostrate lay. held down with clamour, all the town veiled with a cloud of tears. Ilion, with all his tops on fire, and all the massacres left for the Greeks, could put on looks of no more overthrow than now frayed life. And yet the king did all their looks outshow. The wretched people could not bear his sovereign wretchedness, plaguing himself so, thrusting out, and praying all the press to open him the Dardan ports, that he alone might fetch his dearest son in, and, all filed with tumbling, did bespeech each man by name thus: Loved friends, be you content. Let me, though much ye grieve, be that poor man to our sad remedy now in our wishes. I will go and pray this impious man, author of horrors, making proof if age's reverence can excite his pity. His own sire is old like me, and he that got him to our griefs, perhaps, may for my likeness be mean for our ruth to him. Alas, you have no cause of cares compared with me. I many sons, graced with their freshest years, have lost by him, and all their deaths in slaughter of this one afflicted man, are doubled. This will bitterly set gone my soul to hell. O would to heaven I could but hold him dead in these pined arms, then tears on tears might fall, till all were shed in common fortune. Now amaze their natural course doth stop, and pricks a mad vein. Thus he mourned, and with him all brake hope their store of sorrows. The poor queen amongst the women wept, turned into anguish. O my son, she cried out, why still kept patient of horrors is my life, when thine is vanished? My days thou glorifiedst, my nights rung of some honoured deed, done by thy virtues, joy to me, profit to all our care. All made a god of thee, and thou madest them all that they are, now under fate, now dead. These two thus vented as they could their sorrow's furnace, Hector's wife not having yet been told so much as of his stay without. She in her chamber close sat at her loom, a piece of work graced with both sides gloss, strewed curiously with varied flowers. Her pleasure was, her care, to heat a cauldron for her lord, to bathe him turned from war, of which she chief charge gave her maids. Poor dame, she little knew how much her cares lacked of his case. But now the clamour flew up to her turret. There she shook, her work fell from her hand, and up she started, called her maids. She needs must understand that ominous outcry. Come, said she, I hear through all this cry my mother's voice shriek. To my throat my heart bounds. Ecstasy utterly alters me. Some fate is near the hapless sons of fading Priam. Would to God my words' suspicions no ear had yet heard. Oh, I fear, and that most heartily, that, with some stratagem, the son of Peleus hath put by the wall of Ilion my lord, and trusty of his feet, obtained the chase of him alone. And now the curious heat of his still desperate spirit is cooled. Yet let him never keep in guard of others, before all his violent foot must step, or his place forfeited he held. Thus fury-like she went, two women as she willed at hand, and made her quick ascent up to the tower and press of men, her spirit in uproar. Round she cast her greedy eye, and saw her Hector slain, and bound to Achilles' chariot, manlessly dragged to the Grecian fleet. Black night struck through her, under her trance took away her feet, and back she shrunk with such a sway that off her head tire flew. Her coronet caul, ribbons, veil that golden Venus threw on her white shoulders that high day, when warlike Hector won her hand in nuptials in the court of King Eetion, and that great dower then given with her. About her on their knees her husband's sisters, brothers' wives, fell round and by degrees recovered her. Then, when again her respirations found free pass, her mind and spirit met, these thoughts her words did sound. O Hector, O me, cursed dame, both born beneath one fate, thou here, I in Cilician Thebes, where Placus doth elate his shady forehead, in the court where King Eetion, hapless, begot unhappy me, which would he had not done, to live past thee. Thou now art dived to Pluto's gloomy throne, sunk through the coverts of the earth. I, in a hell of moan, left here thy widow, one poor babe born to unhappy both, whom thou leav'st helpless as he thee, he born to all the wrath of woe and labour. Lands left him will others seize upon. The orphan day of all friends' helps robs every mother's son. An orphan all men suffer sad, his eyes stand still with tears. Need tries his father's friends and fails. Of all his favourers, if one the cup gives, 'tis not long, the wine he finds in it scarce moists his palate. If he chance to gain the grace to sit, surviving father's sons repine, use contumelies, strike, bid, leaves us, where's thy father's place? He, weeping with dislike, retires to me at last. Astyanax is he, born to these miseries, he that late fed on his father's knee, to whom all knees bowed. Dainteous fair opposed him, and when sleep lay on his temples, his cries stilled, his heart even laid in steep of all things precious. A soft bed, a careful nurse's arms, took him to guardiance. But now as huge a world of harms lies on his sufferance. Now thou wants thy father's hand to friend. O my Astyanax, O my lord, thy hand that did defend these gates of Ilion, these long walls by thy arm measured still amply and only. Yet at fleet thy naked course must fill vile worms, when dogs are satiate, far from thy parents' care, far from those funeral ornaments that my mind would prepare, so sudden being the chance of arms, ever expecting death, which task, though my heart would not serve to employ my hands beneath, I made my women yet perform. Many and much in price were those integuments they wrought to adorn thy exequies, which, since they fly thy use, thy course not laid in their attire, thy sacrifice shall be made. These hands in mischievous fire shall vent their vanities, and yet, being consecrate to thee, they shall be kept for citizens, and their fair wives to see. Thus spake she weeping, all the dames endeavouring to cheer her desert state, fearing their own, wept with her tear for tear. End of the 22nd Book. The 23rd Book of the Iliads of Homer, Part 1, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 23rd Book of Homer's Iliads, Part 1. The Argument. Achilles orders justs of exequies for his Patroclus, and doth sacrifice 12 Trojan princes, most loved hounds and horse, and other offerings, to the honoured course. He institutes, besides, a funeral game, where Diomed for horse race wins the fame. For foot, Ulysses. Others otherwise strive and obtain, and end the exequies. Another argument. Sai sings the rites of the deceased, ordained by great Aeacides. Thus mourned all Troy. But when at fleet and Hellespontus' shore the Greeks arrived, each to his ship, only the conqueror kept undispersed his myrmidons, and said, Loved countrymen, disjoin not we chariots and horse, but bearing hard our rein, with state of both, march soft and close, and mourn about the course. 'Tis proper honour to the dead. Then take we out our horse, when with our friends' kind woe our hearts have felt delight, to do a virtuous soul right, and then sup. This said, all, full of woe, circled the course. Achilles led, and thrice about him close all bore their goodly coated horse. Amongst all Thetis rose, and stirred up a delight in grief, till all their arms with tears, and all the sands were wet, so much they loved the Lord of Fears. Then to the centre fell the prince, and putting in the breast of his slain friend his slaughtering hands, began to all the rest words to their tears. Rejoice, said he, O my Patroclus, thou courted by Dis now. Now I pay to thy late overthrow all my revenges vowed before. Hector lies slaughtered here, dragged at my chariot, and our dogs shall all in pieces tear his hated limbs. 12 Trojan youths, born of their noblest strains, I took alive, and yet enraged, will empty all their veins of vital spirits, sacrificed before thy heap of fire. This said, a work unworthy him he put upon his ire, and trampled Hector under foot at his friend's feet. The rest, disarmed, took horse from chariot, and all to sleep addressed at his black vessel. Infinite were those that rested there. Himself yet sleeps not. Now his spirits were wrought about the cheer fit so high a funeral. About the steel used then, oxen in heaps lay bellowing, preparing food for men. Bleating of sheep and goats filled the air. Numbers of white-toothed swine, swimming in fat, lay singeing there. The person of the slain was girt with slaughter. All this done, all the Greek kings conveyed Achilles to the king of men, his rage not yet allayed, for his Patroclus. Being arrived at Agamemnon's tent, himself bade heralds put to fire a cauldron, and present the service of it to the prince, to try if they could win his pleasure to admit their pains to cleanse the blood soaked in about his conquering hands and brows. Not by the King of Heaven, he swore. The laws of friendship damn this false heart license given to men that lose friends. Not a drop shall touch me till I put Patroclus in the funeral pile, before these curls be cut, his tomb erected. 'Tis the last of all care I shall take, while I consort the careful. Yet for your entreaty's sake, and though I loathe food, I will eat. But early in the morn, Atrides, use your strict command that loads of wood be borne to our designed place. All that fits to light home such a one as is to pass the shades of death, that fire enough set gone his person quickly from our eyes, and our diverted men may ply their business. This all ears did freely entertain, and found observance. Then they supped with all things fit, and all repaired to tents and rest. The friend the shores maritimal sought for his bed, and found a place fair, and upon which he played the murmuring billows. There his limbs to rest, not sleep, he laid, heavily sighing. Round about, silent and not too near, stood all his myrmidons, when straight, so overlabored were his goodly lineaments with chase of Hector, that beyond his resolution not to sleep, sleep cast his sudden bond over his sense, and loosed his care. Then of his wretched friend the soul appeared. At every part the form did comprehend his likeness. His fair eyes, his voice, his stature, every weed his person wore, it fantasied, and stood above his head, this sad speech uttering. Dost thou sleep? Aeacides, am I forgotten of thee? Being alive, I found thy memory ever respectful, but now dead, thy dying love abates. Inter me quickly, enter me in Pluto's iron gates, for now the souls, the shades of men, fled from this being, beat my spirit from rest, and stay my much-desired receipt amongst souls placed beyond the flood. Now every way I err about this broad-doored house of Dis. O help then to prefer my soul yet further. Here I mourn, but had the funeral fire consumed my body, Nevermore my spirit should retire from hell's low region. From thence souls never are retrieved to talk with friends here. Nor shall I, a hateful fate deprived my being here, that at my birth was fixed, and to such fate even thou, O godlike man, art marked. The deadly Ilion gate must entertain thy death. O then, I charge thee now, take care that our bones part not, but as life combined in equal fare are loving beings, so let death. When from Opunta's towers my father brought me to your roofs, since, 'gainst my will, my powers incensed, and indiscreet at dice, slew fair Ephidamus, then Peleus entertained me well, then in thy charge I was by his injunction and thy love, and therein let me still receive protection. Both our bones provide in thy last will, that one urn may contain, and make that vessel all of gold, that Thetis gave thee, that rich urn. This said, sleep ceased to hold Achilles' temples, and the shade thus he received. O friend, what needed these commands? My care before meant to commend my bones to thine, and in that urn. Be sure thy will is done. A little stay yet, let's delight, with some full passion of woe enough, either's effects embrace we. Opening thus his greedy arms, he felt no friend. Like matter vaporous, the spirit vanished under earth, and murmured in his stoop. Achilles started, both his hands he clapped, and lifted up, in this sort wondering, O ye gods, I see we have a soul in the underdwellings, and a kind of man resembling idol. The soul's seat yet, all matter felt, stays with the carcass here. O friends, hapless Patroclus' soul did all this night appear, weeping and making moan to me, commanding everything that I intended towards him, so truly figuring himself at all parts as was strange. This accident did turn to much more sorrow, and begat a greediness to mourn in all that heard. When mourning thus, the rosy morn arose, and Agamemnon through the tents waked all, and did dispose both men and mules for carriage of matter for the fire. Of all which work Meriones, the Cretan sovereign's squire, was captain, and abroad they went. Wood-cutting tools they bore of all hands, and well-twisted cords. The mules marched all before. Up hill and down hill, over thwarts and breakneck cliffs they passed. But when the fountful Ida's tops they scaled with utmost haste, all fell upon the high-haired oaks, and down their curled brows fell bustling to the earth, and up went all the boles and boughs, bound to the mules, and back again they parted the harsh way, amongst them through the tangling shrubs. And long they thought the day, till in the plain field all arrived, for all the woodmen bore logs on their necks, Meriones would have it so. The shore at last they reached yet, and then down their carriages they cast, and sat upon them, where the son of Peleus had placed the ground for his great sepulchre, and for his friends in one. They raised a huge pile, and to arms went every Myrmidon, charged by Achilles. Chariots and horse were harnessed, fighters and charioteers got up, and they the sad march led, a cloud of infinite foot behind. In midst of all was borne Patroclus' person by his peers. On him were all heads shorn, even till they covered him with curls. Next to him marched his friend, embracing his cold neck all sad, since now he was to send his dearest to his endless home. Arrived all where the wood was heaped for funeral, they sat down. Apart Achilles stood, and when enough wood was heaped on, he cut his golden hair, long kept for Spercheius the flood, in hope of safe repair to Phthia by that river's power, but now left hopeless thus. Enraged, and looking on the sea, he cried out, Spercheius, In vain my father's piety vowed, at my implored return to my loved country, that these curls should on thy shores be shorn, besides a sacred hecatomb, and sacrifice beside of 50 wethers, at whose founts, where men have edified a lofty temple, and perfumed an altar to thy name, there vowed he all these offerings. But fate prevents thy fame, his hopes not suffering satisfied. And since I nevermore shall see my loved soil, my friend's hands shall to the Stygian shore convey these tresses. Thus he put in his friend's hands the hair, and this bred fresh desire of moan. And in that sad affair the sun had set amongst them all, had Thetis' son not spoke thus to Atrides: King of men, thy aid I still invoke, since thy command all men still hear. Dismiss thy soldiers now, and let them victual, they have mourned sufficient. 'Tis we owe the dead this honour, and with us let all the captains stay. This heard, Atrides instantly the soldiers sent away. The funeral officers remained, and heaped on matter still, till of 100 foot about they made the funeral pile, in whose hot height they cast the corse, and then they poured on tears, numbers of fat sheep, and like store of crooked-going steers, they slew before the solemn fire, stripped off their hides and dressed, of which Achilles took the fat, and covered the deceased from head to foot, and round about he made the officers pile the beasts' naked bodies, vessels full of honey and oil poured in them, laid upon a bier, and cast into the fire. 4 goodly horse, and of 9 hounds, 2 most in the desire of that great prince, and trencher fed, all fed that hungry flame. 12 Trojan princes last stood forth, young and of toward fame, all which, set on with wicked spirits, there strook he, there he slew, and to the iron strength of fire their noble limbs he threw. Then breathed his last sighs, and these words: Again rejoiced, my friend, even in the joyless depth of hell. Now give I complete end to all my vows. Alone thy life sustained not violence. 12 Trojan princes wait on thee, and labour to incense thy glorious heap of funeral. Great Hector I'll excuse, the dogs shall eat him. These high threats performed not their abuse. Jove's daughter Venus took the guard of noble Hector's corse, and kept the dogs off night and day, applying sovereign force of rosy balms that to the dogs were horrible in taste, and with which she the body filled. Renowned Apollo cast a cloud from heaven, lest the sun the nerves and lineaments might dry and putrefy, and now some powers denied consents to this solemnity. The fire, for all the oily fuel it had injected, would not burn, and then the loving cruel studied for help, and standing off, invoked the 2 fair winds, Zephyr and Boreas, to afford the rage of both their kinds to aid his outrage. Precious gifts his earnest zeal did vow, poured from a golden bowl much wine, and prayed them both to blow, that quickly his friend's corse might burn, and that heap's sturdy breast embrace consumption. Iris heard. The winds were at a feast, all in the court of Zephyrus, that boisterous blowing air, gathered together. She that wears the 1,000-coloured hair flew thither, standing in the porch. They, seeing her, all arose, called to her, every one desired she would a while repose, and eat with them. She answered, No, no place of seat is here. Retreat calls to the ocean and Ethiopia, where a hecatomb is offering now to heaven, and there I must partake the feast of sacrifice. I come to signify that Thetis' son implores your aids, princes of north and west, with vows of much fair sacrifice, if each will set his breast against his heap of funeral, and make it quickly burn. Patroclus lies there, whose decease all the Achaeans mourn. she said and parted, and outrushed with an unmeasured roar those two winds, tumbling clouds in heaps, ushers to either's blore. And instantly they reached the sea. Up flew the waves, the gale was strong, reached fruitful Troy, and full upon the fire they fall. The huge heap thundered. All night long from his choked breast they blew a liberal flame up, and all night swift-foot Achilles threw wine from a golden bowl on earth, and steeped the soil in wine, still calling on Patroclus' soul. No farther could incline more to a son most dear, nor more mourn at his burned bones, than did the great prince to his friend at his combustions, still creeping near and near the heap, still sighing, weeping still. But when the day star looked abroad, and promised from high hill light, which the saffron morn made good, and sprinkled on the seas, then languished the great pile, then sunk the flames, and then calm peace turned back the rough winds to their homes. The Thracian billow rings. Their high retreat, ruffled with cuffs of their triumphant wings, Pylades then forsook the pile, and to his tired limb choosed place of rest, where laid, sweet sleep fell to his wish on him, when all the king's guard, waiting then, perceiving will to rise in that great session, hurried in, and oped again his eyes with tumult of their troop and haste. A little then he reared his troubled person, sitting up, and this affair referred to wished commandment of the king's. Atrides, and the rest of our commanders general, vouchsafe me this request before your parting. Give in charge the quenching with black wine of this heap's relics. Every brand the yellow fire made shine, and then let search Patroclus' bones, distinguishing them well, as well ye may. They kept the midst, the rest at random fell about the extreme part of the pile. Men's bones and horses mixed. Being found, I'll find an urn of gold to enclose them, and betwixt the air and them 2 kells of fat lay on them, and to the rest commit them, till mine own bones seal our love, my soul deceased. The sepulchre I have not charge to make of too much state, but of a model something mean, that you of younger fate, when I am gone, may amplify with such a breadth and height as fits your judgments and our worths. This charge received his weight in all observance. First they quenched with sable wine the heap, as far as it had fed the flame. The ash fell wondrous deep, in which his consorts, that his life religiously loved, searched, weeping for his bones, which found, they conscionably proved his well-made tuosities, and what his love did add. A golden vessel, double fat, contained them, all which, clad in veils of linen pure and rich, were solemnly conveyed to Achilles' tent. The platform then about the pile they laid of his fit sepulchre, and raised a heap of earth, and then offered departure. But the prince retained there still his men, employing them to fetch from fleet rich tripods for his games, cauldron, horse, mules, broad-headed beeves, bright steel, and brighter dames. The best at horse race he ordained a lady for his prize, generally praiseful, fair and young, and skilled in housewiferys of all kinds fitting, and withal a trivet that enclosed 22 measures room with ears. The next prize he proposed was that which then had high respect, a mare of 6 years old, unhandled, horsed with a mule, and ready to have foaled. The third game was a cauldron, new, fair, bright, and could for size contain 2 measures. For the fourth, 2 talents quantities of finest gold. The fifth game was a new standing bowl to set down both ways. These brought in, Achilles then stood up and said, Atrides and my lords, chief horsemen of our host, these games expect ye. If myself should interpose my most for our horse race, I make no doubt that I should take again these gifts proposed. Ye all know well of how divine a strain my horse are, and how eminent. Of Neptune's gifts they are to Peleus, and of his to me. Myself then will not share in gifts given others, nor my steeds breathe any spirit to shake their airy pasterns, so they mourn for their kind guider's sake. Late lost, that used with humorous oil to slick their lofty manes, clear water having cleansed them first, and, his bane being their banes, those lofty manes now strew the earth, their heads held shaken down. You then that trust in chariots, and hope with horse to crown your conquering temples, gird yourselves. Now fame and prize stretch for all that have spirits. This fired all. The first competitor was King Eumelus, whom the art of horsemanship did grace, son to Admetus. Next to him rose Diomed to the race, that under reins ruled Trojan horse, of late forced from the son of Lord Anchises, himself freed of near confusion by Phoebus. Next to him set forth the yellow-headed king of Lacedaemon, Jove's high seed, and in his managing Podargus and swift Ethe trod, steeds to the king of men, Ethe given by Echepolus, the Anchiseiden, as bribe to free him from the war resolved for Ilion. So delicacy feasted him, whom Jove bestowed upon a mighty wealth. His dwelling was in broad Sicyon. Old Nestor's son Antilochus was fourth for chivalry in this contention. His fair horse were of the Pylian breed, and his old father, coming near, informed him for good speed with good race notes, in which himself could good instruction give. Antilochus, though young thou art, yet thy grave virtues live beloved of Neptune and of Jove. Their spirits have taught thee all the art of horsemanship, for which the less thy merits fall in need of doctrine. Well thy skill can wield a chariot in all fit turnings, yet thy horse their slow feet handle not as fits thy manage, which makes me cast doubts of thy success. I well know all these are not seen in the art of this address more than thyself. Their horses yet superior are to thine for their parts. Thine wants speed to make discharge of a design to please an artist. But go on, show but thy art and heart at all points, and set them against their horses' heart and art. Good judges will not see thee lose. A carpenter's desert stands more in cunning than in power. A pilot doth avert his vessel from the rock and wrack, tossed with the churlish winds, by skill, not strength. So sorts it here. One charioteer that finds want of another's power in horse must in his own skill set an overplus of that to that, and so the proof will get skill, that still rests within a man, more grace than power without. He that in horse and chariot trusts is often hurled about this way and that, unhandsomely, all heaven wide of his end. He, better skilled, that rules worse horse, will all observance bend right on the scope still of a race, bear near, know ever when to rein, when give rein, as his foe before, well noted in his vein, of manage and his steed's estate, presents occasion. I'll give thee instance now, as plain as if thou saw'st it done. Here stands a dry stub of some tree, a cubit from the ground. Suppose the stub of oak or larch, for either are so sound that neither rots with wet. Two stones, white, mark you, white for view, parted on either side the stub, and these lay where they drew the way into a strait, the race betwixt both lying clear. Imagine them some monument of one long since tomb there, or that they had been lists of race for men of former years, as now the lists Achilles sets may serve for charioteers many years hence. When near to these the race grows, then as right drive on them as thy eye can judge. Then lay thy bridle's weight most of thy left side, Thy right horse, then switching, all thy throat spent in encouragements give him, and all the rein let float about his shoulders. Thy near horse will yet be he that gave thy skill the prize, and him rein so his head may touch the nave of thy left wheel. But then take care thou runst not on the stone, with rack of horse and chariot, which so thou bearest upon. Shipwrack within the haven avoid, by all means, that will breed others' delight and thee a shame. Be wise then, and take heed, my loved son. Get but to be first at turning in the course. He lives not that can coat thee then, not if he be back the horse the gods bred, and Adrastus owed. Divine Orion's speed could not outpace thee, or the horse Laomedon did breed, whose race is famous and fed here. Thus sat Nelleides, when all that could be said was said, and then Meriones set fifthly forth his fair-maned horse. All leaped to chariot, and every man then for the start cast in his proper lot. Achilles drew, Antilochus the lot set foremost forth, Eumelus next, Atrides third, Meriones the fourth, and fifth and last was Diomed, far first in excellence. All stood in order, and the lists Achilles fixed far thence in plain field, and a seat ordained fast by, in which he set renowned Phoenix, that in grace of Peleus was so great to see the race, and give a truth of all their passages. End of the 23rd Book, Part 1. The 23rd Book of the Iliads of Homer, Part 2, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 23rd Book of Homer's Iliads, Part 2. All start together, scourged and cried, and gave their business study and order. Through the field they held a winged pace, beneath the bosom of their steeds a dust so dim the race. It stood above their heads in clouds, or like to storms amazed. Manes flew like ensigns with the wind. The chariots sometime grazed, and sometimes jumped up to the air, yet still sat fast the men, their spirits even panting in their breasts with fervor to obtain. But when they turned to fleet again, then all men's skills were tried, then stretched the pasterns of their steeds. Eumelus' horse in pride still bore their sovereign. After them came Diomed's coursers close, still apt to leap their chariot, and ready to repose upon the shoulders of their king their heads. His back even burned with fire that from their nostrils flew, and then their lord had turned the race for him, or given it doubt, if Phoebus had not smit the scourge out of his hands, and tears of helpless wrath with it from forth his eyes, to see his horse for want of scourge made slow, and the others, by Apollo's help, with much more swiftness go. Apollo's spite Pallas discerned, and flew to Tydeus' son. His scourge reached, and his horse made fresh, then took her angry run at King Eumelus, brake his gears, his mares on both sides flew, his draught-tree fell to earth, and him the tossed-up chariot threw down to the earth, his elbows torn, his forehead, all his face struck at the centre, his speech lost. And then the turned race fell to Tydides, before all his conquering horse he drave, and first he glittered in the race. Divine Athenia gave strength to his horse, and fame to him. Next him drave Sparta's king. Antilochus his father's horse then urged, with all his sting of scourge and voice. "Run low," said he, "stretch out your limbs and fly. With Diomed's horse I bid not strive, nor with himself strive I. Athenia wings his horse, and him renowns. Atrides' steeds are they ye must not fail but reach, and soon, lest soon succeeds the blot of all your fames." to yield in swiftness to a mare, to female Ethe. What's the cause, ye best that ever were, that thus ye fail us? Be assured that Nestor's love ye lose forever if ye fail his son. Through both sides goes his hot steel, if ye suffer me to bring the last prize home. Haste, overtake them instantly, we needs must overcome. This harsh way next us, this my mind will take, this I despise for peril, this I'll creep through. Hard the way to honor lies, and that take I, and that shall yield. His horse by all this knew he was not pleased, and feared his voice, and for a while they flew. But straight more clear appeared the strait Antilochus foresaw. It was a gasp the earth gave, forced by humours cold and raw, poured out of winter's watery breast, met there, and cleaving deep all that near passage to the lists. This Nestor's son would keep, and left the roadway, being about. Atrides feared and cried, Antilochus, thy course is mad, contain thy horse, we ride a way most dangerous. Turn head, betime take larger field, we shall be splitted. Nestor's son with much more scourge impelled his horse for this, as if not heard, and got as far before as any youth can cast a quoit. Atrides would no more, he back again, for fear himself, his goodly chariot and horse together strewed the dust, in being so dusty hot of thirsted conquest. But he chid, at parting passing sore. Antilochus, said he, a worse than thee earth never bore. Farewell, we never thought thee wise that were wise. But not so, without oaths shall the wreath, be sure, crown thy mad temples. Go! Yet he bethought him, and went too, thus stirring up his steeds. Leave me not last thus, nor stand vexed. Let these fail in the speeds of feet and knees, not you. Stand these old jades, pass the flower of youth that you have, pass you. This the horse feared, and more power put to their knees, straight getting ground. Both flew, and so the rest all came in smokes like spirits. The Greeks, set to see who did best, without the race aloft, now made a new discovery, other than that they made at first. Idomeneus's eye distinguished all. He knew the voice of Diomed, seeing a horse of special mark, of colour bay, and was the first in course, his forehead putting forth the star, round like the moon and white. Up stood the Cretan, uttering this, Is it alone my sight, princes and captains, that discerns another lead the race with other horse than led of late? Eumelus made most pace with his fleet mares, and he began the flexure as we thought. Now all the field I search, and find nowhere his view. Hath naught befallen amiss to him? Perhaps he hath not with success performed his flexure, his reins lost, or seat, or with the tress his chariot failed him, and his mares have outrayed with affright. Stand up, try your eyes, for mine hold with the second sight. This seems to me the Aetolian king, the Tydean Diomed. To you it seems so, rustically Ajax Oileus said. Your words are suited to your eyes. Those mares lead still that led. Eumelus owes them, and he still holds reign and place that did, not fallen as you hoped. You must prate before us all, though last in judgment of all. Y'are too old, your tongue goes still too fast. You must not talk so. Here are those that better thee, and look for first place in the censure. This Idomeneus took in much disdain, and thus replied, Thou best in speeches worst, barbarous languaged. Others here might have reproved me first, not thou, unfitst of all. I bold a tripod with thee here, or cauldron, and our general make our equal arbiter. Those horse are first, that when you payest thou, then mayest know. This fired O Iliads more, and more than words this quarrel had inspired. Had not Achilles rose, and used this pacifying speech: "No more, away with words in war! It toucheth both with breach of that which fits ye. Your desert should others reprehend that give such foul terms. Sit ye still, the men themselves will end the strife betwixt you instantly, and either's own load bear on his own shoulders. Then to both the first horse will appear, and which is second." These words used, Tydides was at hand. His horse ran high, glanced on the way, and up they tossed the sand thick on their coachman. On their pace their chariot decked with gold swiftly attended, no wheel seen, nor wheel's print in the mould, impressed behind them. These horse flew a flight, not ran a race. Arrived, amidst the lists they stood, sweat trickling down apace their high manes and their prominent breasts, and down jumped Diomed, laid up his scourge aloft the seat, and straight his prize was led home to his tent. Rough Sthenelus laid quick hand on the dame, and handled trivet, and sent both home by his men. Next came Antilochus, that one with wiles, not swiftness of his horse, precedence of the gold-locked king, who yet maintained the course so close that not the king's own horse gat more before the wheel of his rich chariot, that might still the insecution feel with the extreme hairs of his tail, and that sufficient close held to his leader, no great space it let him interpose, considered in so great a field, that Nestor's wily son gat of the king, now at his heels. Though at the breach he won a quoit's cast of him, which the king again at the instant gained. Eaty Agamemnonides, that was so richly mained, gat strength still as she spent, which words her worth had proved with deeds, had more ground been allowed the race, and coated far his steeds, no question leaving for the prize. And now Meriones, a dart's cast came behind the king, his horse of speed much less, himself less skilled to importune them and give a chariot wing. Admetus' son was last, whose plight Achilles pitying, thus spake: "Best man comes last, yet right must see his prize not least. The second his deserts must bear, and Diomed the best." He said, and all aloud, and sure the mare had been his own, had not Antilochus stood forth, and in his answer shown good reason for his interest. "Achilles," he replied, "I should be angry with you much to see this ratified. Ought you to take from me my right, because his horse had wrong, himself being good? He should have used, as good men do, his tongue in prayer to their powers that bless good, not trusting to his own, not to have been in this good last. His chariot overthrown, o'erthrew not me. Who's last? Who's first? Men's goodness without these is not our question. If his good you pity yet, and please princely to grace it, your tents hold a goodly deal of gold, brass, horse, sheep, women. Out of these your bounty may be bold, to take a much more worthy prize than my poor merit seeks, and give it here before my face, and all these, that the Greeks may glorify your liberal hands. This prize I will not yield. Who bears this, whatsoever man, he bears a triad field. His hand and mine must change some blows." Achilles laughed and said, "If thy will be, Antilochus, I'll see Eumelus paid out of my tents. I'll give him the arms which late I conquered in Asteropaeus, forged of brass, and waved about with tin. 'Twill be a present worthy of him." This said, Automedon he sent for them. He went and brought, and to Admetus' son Achilles gave them. He, well pleased, received them. Then arose wronged Menelaus, much incensed with young Antilochus. He bent to speak. A herald took his sceptre and gave charge of silence to the other Greeks. Then did the king enlarge the spleen he prisoned, uttering this: "Antilochus, till now we grant thee wise, but in this act what wisdom utterest thou? Thou hast disgraced my virtue, wronged my horse, preferring thine much their inferiors. But go to, princes, nor his nor mine judge of with favour, him nor me, lest any Grecian use this scandal. Menelaus won with Nestor's son's abuse, the prize in question, his horse worst, himself yet won the best by power and greatness. Yet, because I would not thus contest, to make parts taking, I'll be judge, and I suppose none here will blame my judgment. I'll do right. Antilochus, come near. Come, noble gentlemen, 'tis your place. Swear by the earth-circling God, standing before your chariot and horse, and that self-rod with which you scourged them in your hand, if both with will and wile you did not cross my chariot. He thus did reconcile grace with his disgrace, and with wit restored him to his wit. Now crave I patience, O king, whatever was unfit, ascribed to much more youth in me than you. You, more in age, and more in excellence, know well the outrays that engage all young men's actions, sharper wits, but duller wisdoms, still from us flow than from you, for which curb with your wisdom will. The prize I thought mine, I yield yours, and if you please, a prize of greater value to my tent I'll send for, and suffice your will at full and instantly. For, in this point of time, I rather wish to be enjoined your favour's top to climb, than to be falling all my time from height of such a grace, O Jove-loved king, and of the gods received a curse in place. This said, he fetched his prize to him, and it rejoiced him so, that as corn ears shine with the dew, yet having time to grow, when fields set all their bristles up, in such a rough wert thou. O Menelaus, answering thus, Antilochus, I now, though I were angry, yield to thee, because I see thee hadst wit, when I thought not thy youth hath got the mastery of thy spirit. And yet, for all this, 'tis more safe not to abuse at all great men, than, venting, trust to wit to take up what may fall. For no man in our host beside had easily calmed my spleen, stirred with like tempest. But thyself hast a sustainer been of much affliction in my cause. So thy good father too, and so thy brother. At thy suit I therefore let all go. Give thee the game here, though mine own, that all these may discern King Menelaus bears a mind at no part proud or stern. The king thus calmed Antilochus received, and gave the steed to love Noemon to lead thence, and then received beside the cauldron. Next Meriones, for fourth game, was to have 2 talents gold. The fifth, unwon, renowned Achilles gave to reverend Nestor, being a bowl to set on either end, which through the press he carried him. Receive, said he, old friend, this gift as funeral monument of my dear friend deceased, whom never you must see again. I make it his bequest to you as, without any strife, obtaining it from all. Your shoulders must not undergo the churlish whirlbat's fall. Wrestling is past you, strife in darts, the foot's celerity. Harsh age in his years fetters you, and honour sets you free. Thus he gave it. He took and joyed, but ere he thanked, he said, Now sure, my honourable son, in all points thou hast played the comely orator. No more must I contend with nerves. Feet fail, and hands, arms want that strength, that this and that swing serves under your shoulders. Would to heaven I were so young-chinned now, and strength through such a many of bones, to celebrate this show, as when the Epeans brought to fire, actively honouring thus King Amaryncea's funerals in fair Buprasius. His sons put prizes down for him, where not a man matched me of all the Epeans, or the sons of great souled Aetolii, no, nor the Pylians themselves, my countrymen. I beat great Clitomydeus, Enops' son, at buffets. At the feat of wrestling I laid under me one that against me rose, and Cesus, called Pleuranius. I made Iphiclus lose the foot game to me. At the spear I conquered Polydori, and strong Phyleus, Actor's sons, of all men, only bore the palm at horse race, conquering with lashing on more horse, and envying my victory, because before their course all the best games were gone with me. These men were twins. One was a most sure guide, a most sure guide. The other gave the pass with rod and metal. This was then, but now young men must wage these works, and my joints undergo the sad defects of age. Though then I was another man. At that time I excelled among the heroes. But forth now let the other rites be held for thy deceased friend. This thy gift in all kind part I take, and much it joys my heart, that still, for my true kindness' sake, you give me memory. You perceive in what fit grace I stand among the Grecians, and to theirs you set your graceful hand. The gods give ample recompense of grace again to thee, for this and all thy favours. Thus back through the thrust drave he, when he had stayed out all the praise of old Neleides. And now for buffets, that rough game, he ordered passages, proposing a laborious mule of 6 years old, untamed, and fierce in handling, brought and bound, in that place where they gamed, and to the conquered a round cup, both which he thus proclaims: Atrides, and all friends of Greece, 2 men for these 2 games I bid stand forth. Who best can strike with high contracted fists, Apollo giving him the wreath, know all about these lists, shall win a mule, patient of toil, the vanquished this round cup. This uttered, Panopeus' son, Epeius, stood straight up, a tall, huge man, that to the nail knew that red sport of hand, and seizing the tough mule thus spake: Now let some other stand forth for the cup. This mule is mine. At cuffs I boast me best. It's not enough I am no soldier. Who is worthiest at all works? None, not possible. At this, yet this I say, and will perform this: who stands forth, I'll burst him. I will bray his bones as in a mortar. Fetch surgeons enow to take his course from under me. This speech did all men silent make. At last stood forth Euryalus, a man godlike, and son to King Mecisteus, the grandchild of honoured Teleon. He was so strong that, coming once to Thebes, when Oedipus had like rites solemnized for him, he went victorious from all the Thebans. This rare man Tydides would prepare, put on his girdle ox-hide cords, fair wrought, and spent much care that he might conquer, heartened him and taught him tricks. Both dressed fit for the affair, both forth were brought. Then breast opposed to breast, fists against fists rose, and they joined. Rattling of jaws was there, gnashing of teeth, and heavy blows dashed blood out everywhere. At length Epeius spied clear way, rushed in, and such a blow drave underneath the other's ear, that his neat limbs did strow the knocked earth. No more legs had he, but as a huge fish laid near to the coal weed gathering shore is with a north flaw frayed, shoots back and in the black deep hides, so, sent against the ground, was foiled Euryalus, his strength so bid in more profound deeps of Epeius, who took up the entranced competitor, about whom rushed a crowd of friends, that through the cluster bore his faltering knees, he spitting up thick clods of blood, his head tottered of one side, his sense gone, when, to a by-place led, thither they brought him the round cup. Pylades then set forth prize for a wrastling, to the best a trivet, that was worth 12 oxen, great and fit for fire. The conquered was to obtain a woman excellent in works, her beauty and her gain prized at 4 oxen. Up he stood, and thus proclaimed: Arise, you wrestlers, that will prove for these. Outstepped the ample size of mighty Ajax, huge in strength, To him Laertes' son, the crafty one, as huge and slight. Their ceremony done of making ready, forth they stepped, catch elbows with strong hands, and as the beams of some high house cracked with a storm, yet stands the house, being built by well-skilled men, so cracked their backbones, wrenched with horrid twitches. In their sides, arms, shoulders, all bepinched, ran thick the wales, red with the blood, ready to start out, both long for the conquest and the prize, yet showed no play, being loath to lose both. Nor could Ithacus stir Ajax, nor could he hail down Ulysses, being more strong than with mere strength to be hurled from all vantage of his sleight. Tired then with tugging play, great Ajax Telamonius said, Thou wisest man, or lay my face up, or let me lay thine. Let Jove take care for these. This said, he hoisted him up to air, when Laertiades his wiles forgat not. Ajax' thigh he struck behind, and flat he on his back fell, on his breast Ulysses. Wondered at was this of all stood amazed. Then the much suffering man, divine Ulysses, at next close the Telamonian a little raised from earth, not quite, but with his knees implied locked legs, and down fell both on earth, close by each other's side, both filled with dust, but starting up, the third close they had made, had not Achilles' self stood up, restraining them, and bade, No more tug one another thus, nor moil yourselves, receive prize equal, conquest crowns ye both, the list to others leave. They heard and yielded willingly, brushed off the dust, and on put others' vests. Pylades then, to those that swiftest run, proposed another prize, a bowl, beyond comparison, both for the size and workmanship, past all the bowls of earth. It held 6 measures, silver all, but had his special worth for workmanship, receiving form from those ingenious men of Sidon. The Phoenicians made choice, and brought it then along the green sea, giving it to Thoas. By degrees it came to Euneus, Jason's son, who young Priamides, Lycaon, of Achilles' friend, bought with it. And this here Achilles made best game for him, that best his feet could bear. For second he proposed an ox, a huge one, and a fat, and half a talent gold for last. These thus he set them at. Rise, you that will assay for these. Forth stepped Iliades. Ulysses answered, and the third was, one esteem past these for footmanship, Antilochus. All ranked, Achilles showed the race scope. From the start they glid. Iliades bestowed his feet the swiftest. Close to him flew godlike Ithacus, and as a lady at her loom, being young and beauteous, her silk shuttle close to her breast, with grace that doth inflame, and her white hand lifts quick and oft, in drawing from her frame her gentle thread, which she unwinds, with ever at her breast gracing her fair hand, so close still, and with such interest in all men's likings, Ithacus unwound, and spent the race by him before, took out his steps, with putting in their place promptly and gracefully his own, sprinkled the dust before, and clouded with his breath his head. So facilely he bore his royal person, that each struck shouts from the Greeks, with thirst that he should conquer, though he flew. Yet come, come, oh come first, ever they cried to him, and this even his wise breast did move to more desire of victory. It made him pray and prove Minerva's aid his foutress still. O goddess, hear, said he, and to my feet stoop with thy help. Now happy foutress be. She was, and light made all his limbs. And now, both near their crown, Minerva tripped up Ajax' heels, and headlong he fell down amidst the ordure of the beasts, there negligently left, since they were slain there. And by this Minerva's friend bereft Iliades of that rich bowl, and left his lips, nose, eyes, ruthfully smeared. The fat ox yet he seized for second prize, held by the horn, spit out the tail, and thus spake all besmeared. O villainous chance! This Ithacus so highly is endeared to his Minerva, that her hand is ever in his deeds. She, like his mother, nestles him, for from her it proceeds I know that I am used thus. This all in light laughter cast, amongst whom quick Antilochus laughed out his coming last thus wittily. Know, all my friends, that all times past and now the gods most honor most lived men. O Iliades, ye no more old than I, but Ithacus is of the foremost race, first generation of men. Give the old man his grace, they count him of the green-haired eld. They may, or in his flower, for not our greatest flourisher can equal him in power of foot strife, but Aeacides. Thus soothed he Thetis' son, who thus accepted it. Well, youth, your praises shall not run with unrewarded feet on mine. Your half a talent's prize I'll make a whole one. Take you, sir. He took and joyed. Then flies another game forth. Thetis' son set in the list a lance, a shield, and a helmet, being the arms Sarpedon did advance against Patroclus, and he prized. And thus he named the address. Stand forth, two the most excellent, armed, and before all these give mutual onset to the touch and wound of either's flesh. Who first shall wound, through other's arms his blood appearing fresh, shall win this sword, silvered and hatched. The blade is right of Thrace. Asteropaeus yielded it. These arms shall part their grace with either's valor, and the men I'll liberally feast at my pavilion. To this game the first man that addressed was Ajax Telamonius, to him King Diomed. Both, in opposed parts of the press, full armed, both entered the list amidst the multitude, put looks on so austere, and joined so roughly, that amazed surprised the Greeks in fear of either's mischief. Thrice they threw their fierce darts, and closed thrice. Then Ajax struck through Diomed's shield, but did no prejudice, his curate safed him. Diomed's dart still over shoulders flew, still mounting with the spirit it bore. And now rough Ajax grew so violent, that the Greeks cried, Hold! No more! Let them no more! Give equal prize to either. Yet the sword, proposed before for him did best, Achilles gave to Diomed. Then a stone in fashion of a sphere he showed, of no invention, but natural, only melted through with iron. 'Twas the bowl that King Eetion used to hurl, but he, bereft of soul by great Achilles, to the fleet, with store of other prize, he brought it, and proposed it now both for the exercise and prize itself. He stood and said, Rise you, that will approve your arm's strength now in this brave strife. His vigour that can move this furthest needs no game but this, for reach he ne'er so far with large fields of his own in Greece, and so needs for his car, his plough, or other tools of thrift much iron. I'll able this for 5 revolved years. No need shall use his messages to any town to furnish him. This only bowl shall yield iron enough for all affairs. This said, to try this field, first Polypœtes issued, next Leonteus, third great Ajax, huge Epeius fourth, yet he was first that stirred that mine of iron. Up it went, and up he tossed it so that laughter took up all the field. The next man that did throw was Leonteus, Ajax third, who gave it such a hand that far past both their marks it flew. But now 'twas to be manned by Polypœtes, and, as far at any ox that strays a herdsman can swing out his goad, so far did he outraise the stone past all men. All the fields rose in a shout to seat. About him flocked his friends, and bore the royal game to fleet. For archery he then set forth 10 axes edged 2 ways, and 10 of one edge. On the shore far off he caused to raise a ship's mast, to whose top they tied a fearful dove by the foot, at which all shot. The game put thus: he that the dove could shoot, nor touch the string that fastened her, the two-edged tool should bear all to the fleet. Who touched the string and missed the dove should share the one-edged axes. This proposed, King Teucer's force arose, and with him rose Meriones. And now lots must dispose their shooting first, both which let fall into a helm of brass. First Teucer's came, and first he shot, and his cross fortune was to shoot the string, the dove untouched. Apollo did envy his skill, since not to him he vowed, being god of archery, a first fallen lamb. The bitter shaft yet cut into the cord that down fell, and the dove aloft up to the welkin soared. The Greeks gave shouts. Meriones first made a hearty vow to sacrifice the first fallen lamb to him that rules the bow, and then fell to his aim. His shaft being ready nocked before, he spied her in the clouds, that here, there, everywhere did soar. Yet at her height he reached her side, strook her quite through, and down the shaft fell at his feet. The dove the mast again did crown. There hung the head, and all her plumes were ruffled, she stark dead. And there far off from him she fell. The people wondered, and stood astonished. The archer pleased. Eosity then chose a long lance, and a cauldron new, engrailed with 20 hues prized at an ox. These games were showed for men at darts. And then uprose the general of all, uprose the king of men, uprose late-crowned Meriones. Achilles, seeing the king do him this grace, prevents more deed, his royal offering thus interrupting. King of men, we well conceive how far thy worth superior is to all, how much most singular thy power is, and thy skill in darts. Accept then this poor prize without contention, and, your will pleased with what I advise, afford Meriones the lance. The king was nothing slow to that fit grace. Achilles then the brass lance did bestow on good Meriones. The king his present would not save, but to renowned Talthybius the goodly cauldron gave. End of the 23rd Book, Part 2. The 24th Book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 24th Book of Homer's Iliads. The Argument. Jove, entertaining care of Hector's course, sends Thetis to her son for his remorse, and fit dismission of it. Iris then he sends to Priam, willing him to gain his son for ransom. He, by Hermes led, gets through Achilles' guards, sleeps deep and dead, cast on them by his guide, when with access and humble suit made to Eosides, he gains the body, which to Troy he bears, and buries it with feasts, buried in tears. Another argument. Omega sings the exequies, and Hector's redemptory prize. The games performed, the soldiers wholly dispersed to fleet, supper and sleep their only care. Constant Achilles yet wept for his friend, nor sleep itself, that all things doth subdue, could touch at him. This way and that he turned, and did renew his friend's dear memory, his grace in managing his strength, and his strength's greatness, how life racked into their utmost length griefs, battles, and the wraths of seas, in their joint sufferance, each thought of which turned to a tear. Sometimes he would advance in tumbling on the shore, his side, sometimes his face, then turn flat on his bosom, start upright. Although he saw the morn show sea and shore his ecstasy, he left not, till at last rage varied his distraction. Horse, chariot, in haste he called for, and those joined, The course was to his chariot tied, and thrice about the sepulchre he made his fury ride, dragging the person. All this past, in his pavilion rest seized him, but with Hector's course his rage had never done, still suffering it to oppress the dust. Apollo yet, even dead, pitied the prince, and would not see inhuman tyranny fed with more pollution of his limbs, and therefore covered round his person with his golden shield, that rude dogs might not wound his manly lineaments, which threat Achilles cruelly had used in fury. But now heaven let fall a general eye of pity on him. The blessed gods persuaded Mercury, their good observer, to his stealth, and every deity stood pleased with it, Juno except, green Neptune, and the maid graced with the blue eyes. All their hearts stood hatefully apaid long since, and held it, as at first, to Priam, Ilion, and all his subjects, for the rape of his licentious son, proud Paris, that despised these dames in their divine access made to his cottage, and praised her that his sad wantonness so costly nourished. The 12th morn now shined on the delay of Hector's rescue, and then spake the deity of the day thus to the immortals: Shameless gods, authors of ill ye are to suffer ill. Hath Hector's life at all times showed his care of all your rights, in burning thighs of beeves and goats to you, and are your cares no more of him? Vouchsafe ye not even now, even dead, to keep him, that his wife, his mother, and his son, father, and subjects, may be moved to those deeds he hath done, seeing you preserve him that served you, and sending to their hands his person for the rites of fire. Achilles, that withstands all help to others, you can help, one that hath neither heart nor soul within him, that will move or yield to any part that fits a man, but lion-like, uplandish, and mere wild slave to his pride, and all his nerves being naturally compiled of eminent strength, stalks out and preys upon a silly sheep. And so fares this man, that fit ruth that now should draw so deep in all the world being lost in him, and shame, a quality of so much weight that both it helps and hurts excessively men in their manners, is not known, nor hath the power to be, in this man's being. Other men a greater loss than he have undergone, a son, suppose, or brother of one womb, yet after dews of woes and tears they bury in his tomb all their deplorings. Fates have given to all that are true men true manly patience. But this man so soothes his bloody vein that no blood serves it. He must have divine-souled Hector bound to his proud chariot, and danced in a most barbarous round about his loved friend's sepulchre when he is slain. 'Tis vile, and draws no profit after it. But let him now awhile mark but our angers. He is spent. Let all his strength take heed it tempts not our wraths. He begets in this outrageous deed the dull earth with his fury's hate. White-wristed Juno said, being much incensed, This doom is one that thou wouldst have obeyed, thou bearer of the silver bow, that we in equal care and honour should hold Hector's worth with him that claims a share in our deservings. Hector sucked a mortal woman's breast, Aeacides a goddess's. Ourself had interest both in his infant nourishment and bringing up with state, and to the human Peleus we gave his bridal mate, because he had the immortal's love. To celebrate the feast of their high nuptials, every god was glad to be a guest, and thou fedst of his father's cates, touching thy harp in grace of that beginning of our friend, whom thy perfidious face, in his perfection, blusheth not to match with Priam's son, O thou that to betray in shame art still companion. Jove thus received her. Never give these broad terms to a god. Those two men shall not be compared, and yet, of all that trod the well-paved Ilion, none so dear to all the deities as Hector was, at least to me, For offerings most of prize his hands would never pretermit. Our altars ever stood, furnished with banquets fitting us. Odors and every good smoked in our temples, and for this, foreseeing it, his fate we mark with honor, which must stand. But to give stealth estate in his deliverance, shun we that, nor must we favor one to shame another. Privily, with wrong to Thetis' son, we must not work out Hector's right. There is a ransom due, an open course, by laws of arms, in which must humbly sue the friends of Hector, which just mean if any god would stay and use the other, 'twould not serve, for Thetis' night and day is guardian to him. But would one call Iris hither, I would give directions that for gifts the Trojan king should buy his Hector's body, which the son of Thetis shall resign. This said, his will was done. The dame that doth in vapours shine, dewy and thin, footed with storms, jumped to the sable seas, twixt Samos and sharp Imber's cliffs. The lake groaned with the press of her rough feet, and plummet-like put in an ox's horn that bears death to the raw-fed fish. She dived, and found forlorn Thetis lamenting her son's fate, who was in Troy to have, far from his country, his death served. Close to her Iris stood, and said, Rise, Thetis, prudent Jove, whose counsels thirst not blood, calls for thee. Thetis answered her with asking, What's the cause the great god calls? My sad powers feared to break the immortal laws, in going filled with griefs to heaven, but he sets snares for none with coloured counsels. Not a word of him but shall be done. She said, and took a sable veil, a blacker never wore a heavenly shoulder, and gave way. Swift Iris swum before, about both rolled the brackish waves. They took their banks, and flew up to Olympus, where they found Saturnius far of view, sphered with heaven's ever-being states. Minerva rose, and gave her place to Thetis, near to Jove. And Juno did receive her entry with a cup of gold, in which she drank to her, graced her with comfort, and the cup to her hand did refer. She drank, resigning it, and then the sire of men and gods thus entertained her. Comest thou up to these our blessed abodes, fair goddess Thetis? Yet art sad, and that in so high kind as passeth sufferance? This I know, and tried thee, and now find thy will by mine ruled, which is rule to all world's government. Beside this trial yet, this cause sent down for thy assent, 9 days' contention hath been held amongst the immortals here for Hector's person and thy son, and some advices were to have our good spy Mercury steal from thy son the course. But that reproach I kept far off, to keep in future force thy former love and reverence. Haste then, and tell thy son the gods are angry, and myself take that wrong he hath done to Hector in worst part of all, the rather since he still detains his person. Charge him then, if he respect my will for any reason, to resign slain Hector. I will send Iris to Priam to redeem his son, and recommend fit ransom to Achilles' grace, in which right he may joy and end his vain grief. To this charge bright Thetis did employ instant endeavour. From heaven's tops she reached Achilles' tent, found him still sighing, and some friends with all their compliment soothing his humour, others some with all contention dressing his dinner, all their pains and skills consumed upon a huge wool-bearer slaughtered there. His reverend mother then came near, took kindly his fair hand, and asked him, Dear son, when will sorrow leave thee? How long time wilt thou thus eat thy heart, fed with no other food nor rest? 'Twere good thou wouldst divert thy friend's love to some lady, cheer thy spirits with such kind parts as she can quit thy grace withal. The joy of thy deserts I shall not long have. Death is near, and thy all-conquering fate, whose haste thou must not haste with grief. but understand the state of things belonging to thy life, which quickly order. I am sent from Jove to advertise thee that every deity is angry with thee, himself most. That rage thus resigns in thee still to keep Hector. Quit him then, and for fit ransom free his injured person. He replied, Let him come that shall give the ransom, and the person take. Jove's pleasure must deprive men of all pleasures. This good speech, and many more, the son and mother used, in ear of all the naval station. And now to holy Ilion Saturnius Iris sent. Go, swift-footed Iris, bid Troy's king bear fit gifts, and content Achilles for his son's release. But let him greet alone the Grecian navy, not a man, excepting such a one as may his horse and chariot guide, a herald, or one old, attending him, and let him take his Hector. Be he bold, discouraged nor with death nor fear. Wise Mercury shall guide his passage till the prince be near, and, he gone, let him ride, resolved even in Achilles' tent. He shall not touch the state of his high person, nor admit the deadliest desperate of all about him, for though fierce, he is not yet unwise, nor inconsiderate, nor a man past awe of deities, but passing free and curious to do a suppliant grace. This said, the rainbow to her feet tied whirlwinds, and the place reached instantly. The heavy court clamor and mourning filled, the sons all set about the sire, and there stood grief, and stilled tears on their garments. In the midst the old king sate, his weed all wrinkled, head and neck dust-filled, the princesses his seed, the princesses his sons' fair wives, all mourning by. The thought of friends so many and so good, being turned so soon to naught by Grecian hands, consumed their youth, rained beauty from their eyes. Iris came near the king, her sight shook all his faculties, and therefore spake she soft, and said, Be glad, Dardanides, of good occurrence, and none ill, am I ambassadress. Jove greets thee, who in care, as much as he is distant, deigns eye to thy sorrows, pitying thee. My embassy contains this charge to thee from him. He wills thou shouldst redeem thy son, bear gifts to Achilles, cheer him so, but visit him alone, none but some herald let attend, thy mules and chariot to manage for thee. Fear nor death let daunt thee, Jove hath got Hermes to guide thee, who, as near to Thetis' son as needs, shall guard thee. And being once with him, nor his nor others' deeds stand touched with, he will all contain. Nor is he mad, nor vain, nor impious, but with all his nerves studious to entertain one that submits with all fit grace. Thus vanished she like wind. He mules and chariot calls. His sons bids see them joined and bind a trunk behind it. He himself down to his wardrobe goes, built all of cedar, highly roofed and odoriferous, that much stuff worth the sight contained. To him he called his queen, thus greeting her, Come, hapless dame, an angel I have seen, sent down from Jove, that bade me free our dear son from the fleet, with ransom pleasing to our foe. What holds thy judgment meet? My strength and spirit lays high charge on all my being to bear the Greeks' worst, venturing through their host. The queen cried out to hear his venturous purpose, and replied, O whither now is fled the late discretion that renowned thy grave and knowing head in foreign and thine own ruled realms, that thus thou darest to say sight of that man in whose brows sticks the horrible decay of sons so many and so strong? Thy heart is iron, I think. If this stern man, whose thirst of blood makes cruelty his drink, take or but see thee thou art dead, he nothing pities woe, nor honors age. Without his sight we have enough to do to mourn with thought of him. Keep we our palace, weep we here. Our son is past our helps. Those throes that my deliverers were of his unhappy lineaments told me that they should be torn with Blackfoot dogs. Almighty fate, that black hour he was born, spun in his springing thread that end, far from his parents' reach. This bloody fellow that ordained to be their mean, this wretch, whose stony liver would to heaven I might devour, my teeth my son's revengers made. Cursed Greek, he gave him not his death, doing an ill work. He alone fought for his country, he fled not, nor feared, but stood his worst, and cursed policy was his undoing. He replied, Whatever was his end is not our question. We must now use all means to defend his end from scandal, from which act dissuade not my just will, nor let me nourish in my house a bird presaging ill to my good actions. 'Tis in vain. Had any earthly spirit given this suggestion, if our priests or soothsayers challenging merit of prophets, I might hold it false, and be the rather moved to keep my palace. But these ears and these self-eyes approved it was a goddess. I will go, for not a word she spake I know was idle. If it were, and that my fate will make quick riddance of me at the fleet, kill me, Achilles. Come, when getting to thee, I shall find a happy dying room on Hector's bosom, when enough thirst of my tears finds there quench to his fervour. This resolved, the works most fair and dear of his rich screens he brought abroad, 12 veils wrought curiously, 12 plain gowns, and as many suits of wealthy tapestry, as many mantles, horsemen's coats, 10 talents of fine gold, 2 tripods, cauldrons 4, a bowl whose value he did hold beyond all price, presented by the ambassadors of Thrace. The old king nothing held too dear, to rescue from disgrace his gracious Hector. Forth he came. At entry of his court the Trojan citizens so pressed, that this opprobrious sort of check he used. Hence, castaways, away, ye impious crew! Are not your griefs enough at home? What come ye here to view? Care ye for my griefs? Would ye see how miserable I am? Is not enough, imagine ye? Ye might know, ere ye came, what such a son's loss weighed with me. But know this for your pains, your houses have the weaker doors. The Greeks will find their gains the easier for his loss, be sure. But, O Troy, ere I see thy ruin, let the doors of hell receive and ruin me. Thus with his sceptre set he on the crowding citizens, who gave back, seeing him so urge. And now he entertains his sons as roughly, Helenus, Paris, Hippothous, Pammon, divine Agathonies, renowned Deiphobus, Agavus, and Antiphanes, and last, not least in arms, the strong Polites. These 9 sons the violence of his harms helped him to vent in these sharp terms. Haste, you infamous brood, and get my chariot. Would to heaven that all the abject blood in all your veins had Hector scused. O me, accursed man! All my good sons are gone. My light the shades Cimmerian have swallowed from me. I have lost Mestor, surnamed the Fair, Troilus, that ready knight at arms, that made his field repair ever so prompt and joyfully, and Hector, amongst men esteemed a god, not from a mortal seed, but of the eternal strain he seemed to all eyes. These are gone. You that survive are base, liars and common freebooters, all faulty, not a grace, but in your heels. In all your parts, dancing companions, ye are all excellent. Hence, ye brats, love ye to hear my moans? Will ye not get my chariot? Command it quickly, fly, that I may perfect this dear work. This all did terrify, and straight his mule-drawn chariot came, to which they fast did bind the trunk with gifts. And then came forth, with an afflicted mind, old Hecuba. In her right hand a bowl of gold she bore, with sweet wine crowned, stood near and said, Receive this, and implore, with sacrificing it to Jove, thy safe return. I see thy mind like still to go, though mine dislikes it utterly. Pray to the black cloud-gathering god, Idaean Jove, that views all Troy in all her miseries, that he will deign to use his most loved bird to ratify thy hopes, that her broad wing spread on thy right hand, thou mayest know thy zealous offering accepted, and thy safe return confirmed. But if he fail thy intent, though never so it labors to prevail. This I refuse not, he replied, for no faith is so great in Jove's high favor, but it must with held up hands entreat. This said, the chambermaid, that held the ewer and the basin by, he bade pour water on his hands, when, looking to the sky, he took the bowl, did sacrifice, and thus implored, O Jove, from Ida using thy commands, in all deserts above all other gods, vouchsafe me safe, and pity in the sight of great Achilles, and, for trust to that wished grace, excite thy swift-winged messenger, most strong, most of air's region loved, to soar on my right hand, which sight may firmly see approved thy former summons and my speed. He prayed, and heaven's king heard, and instantly cast from his fist air's all-commanding bird, the black-winged huntress, perfectest of all fowls, which gods call Perknos, the eagle. And how broad the chambered nuptial of any mighty man hath doors, such breadth cast either wing, which now she used, and spread them wide on right hand of the king. All saw it and rejoiced, and up to chariot he arose, drave forth, the portal and the porch resounding as he goes. His friends all followed him, and mourned as if he went to die, and bringing him past town to field, all left him, and the eye of Jupiter was then his guard, who pitied him, and used these words to Hermes, Mercury, thy help hath been profuse, ever with most grace in consorts of travellers distressed. Now consort Priam to the fleet, but so that not the least suspicion of him be attained, till at Achilles' tent the convoy hath arrived him safe. This charged incontinent he put in practice. To his feet his feathered shoes he tied, immortal, and made all of gold, with which he used to ride the rough sea and the unmeasured earth, and equalled in his pace the puffs of wind. Then took he up his rod, that hath the grace to shut what eyes he lists with sleep, and open them again in strongest trances. This he held, flew forth, and did attain to Troy and Hellespontus straight. Then, like a fair young prince, first down-chinned, and of such a grace as makes his looks convince contending eyes to view him, forth he went to meet the king. He, having passed the mighty tomb of Ilus, watering his mules in Xanthus, the dark even fell on the earth, and then Idaeus, guider of the mules, discerned this grace of men, and spake afraid to Priamus, Beware, Dardanades, our states ask counsel. I discern the dangerous access of some man near us. Now I fear we perish. Is it best to fly, or kiss his knees and ask his ruth of men distressed? Confusion struck the king. Cold fear extremely quenched his veins. Upright upon his languishing head his hair stood, and the chains of strong amaze bound all his powers. To both which then came near the prince-turned deity, took his hand, and thus bespake the peer. To what place, father, drives thou out through solitary night, when others sleep? Give not the Greeks sufficient cause of fright to these late travels, being so near, and such vowed enemies? Of all which, if with all this load any should cast his eyes on thy adventures, what would then thy mind esteem thy state? Thyself old, and thy follower old? Resistance could not rate at any value. As for me, be sure I mind no harm to thy grave person, but against the hurt of others arm. Mine own loved father did not get a greater love in me to his good than thou dost to thine. He answered, The degree of danger in my course, fair son, is nothing less than that thou urgest. But some god's fair hand puts in for my safe state, that sends so sweet a guardian in this so stern a time of night, and danger, as thyself, that all grace in his prime of body and beauty show'st, all answered with a mind so knowing that it cannot be but of some blessed kind thou art descended. Not untrue, said Hermes, thy conceit in all this holds, but further truth relate, if of such weight as I conceive thy carriage be, and that thy care conveys thy goods of most price to more guard, or go ye all your ways, frighted from holy Ilion, so excellent a son as thou hadst, being your special strength, fallen to destruction, whom no Greek bettered for his fight? Oh, what art thou, said he, most worthy youth, of what race born, that thus recounts to me my wretched son's death with such truth? Now, father, he replied, you tempt me far in wondering how the death was signified of your divine son to a man so mere a stranger here as you hold me. But I am one that oft have seen him bear his person like a god in field, and when in heaps he slew the Greeks, all routed to their fleet, his so victorious view made me admire, not feel his hand, because Iocides, incensed, admitted not our fight, myself being of access to his high person, serving him and both to Ilion, in one ship sailed. Besides, by birth I breathe a Myrmidon, Polyctor, called the rich, my sire, declined with age like you. 6 sons he hath, and me a 7th, and all those 6 live now in Phthia, since, all casting lots, my chance did only fall to follow hither. Now for walk I left my general. Tomorrow all the sunburned Greeks will circle Troy with arms. The princes rage to be withheld so idly. Your alarms not half given hot enough, they think, and can contain no more. He answered, if you serve the prince, let me be bold to implore this grace of thee, and tell me true, lies Hector here at fleet, or have the dogs his flesh? He said, nor dogs nor fowls have yet touched at his person, still he lies at fleet, and in the tent of our great captain, who indeed is much too negligent of his fit usage. But though now 12 days have spent their heat on his cold body, neither worms with any taint have eat, nor putrefaction perished it, yet ever, when the morn lifts her divine light from the sea, unmercifully borne about Patroclus' sepulchre, it bears his friend's disdain, bound to his chariot, but no fits of further outrage reign in his distemper. You would muse to see how deep a dew even steeps the body, all the blood washed off, no slenderest shew of gore or quitter, but his wounds all closed, though many were opened about him. Such a love the blessed immortals bear, even dead to thy dear son, because his life showed love to them. He joyfully answered, O my son, it is a grace supreme in any man to serve the gods, and I must needs say this, for no cause, having season fit, my Hector's hands would miss advancement to the gods with gifts, and therefore do not they miss his remembrance after death. Now let an old man pray thy graces to receive this cup, and keep it for my love, nor leave me till the gods and thee have made my prayers approve Achilles' pity, by thy guide brought to this princely tent. Hermes replied, You tempt me now, old king, to a consent far from me, though youth aptly errs. I secretly receive gifts that I cannot broadly vouch, take graces that will give my lord dishonor, or what he knows not, or will esteem perhaps unfit. Such briberies perhaps at first may seem sweet and secure, but futurely they still prove sour, and breed both fear and danger. I could wish thy grave affairs did need my guide to Argos, either shipped or lackeying by thy side, and would be studious in thy guard, so nothing could be tried but care in me to keep thee safe, for that I would excuse and vouch to all men. These words past, he put the deeds in use, for which Jove sent him. Up he leapt to Priam's chariot, took scourge and reins, and blew in strength to his free steeds, and got the naval towers and deep dikes straight. The guards were all at meat, those he enslumbered, oped the ports, and in he safely let old Priam with his wealthy prize. Forthwith they reached the tent of great Achilles, large and high, and in his most ascent a shaggy roof of seedy reeds moaned from the meads. A hall of state they made their king in it, and strengthened it withal thick with fir rafters, whose approach was let in by a door that had but one bar, but so big that 3 men evermore raised it to shut, 3 fresh take down, which yet Aeacides would shut and ope himself. And this with far more ease Hermes set ope, entering the king, then leapt from horse and said, Now know, old king, that Mercury, a god, hath given this aid to thy endeavour, sent by Jove, and now away must I, for men would envy thy estate to see a deity affect a man thus. Enter thou, embrace Achilles' knee, and by his sire, son, mother, pray his ruth and grace to thee. This said, he high Olympus reached. The king then left his coach to grave Idaeus, and went on, made his resolved approach, and entered in a goodly room, where with his princes sate Jove-loved Achilles at their feast. 2 only kept the state of his attendants, Alcimus and Lord Automedon, at Priam's entry. A great time Achilles gazed upon his wondered-at approach, nor ate, the rest did nothing see, while close he came up, with his hands fast holding the bent knee of Hector's conqueror, and kissed that large man-slaughtering hand that much blood from his sons had drawn. And as in some strange land and great man's house a man is driven with that abhorred dismay that follows wilful bloodshed still, his fortune being to slay one whose blood cries aloud for his, to plead protection in such a miserable plight as frights the lookers on. In such a stupefied estate Achilles sat to see so unexpected, so in night, and so incredibly, old Priam's entry. All his friends one on another stared to see his strange looks, seeing no cause. Thus Priam then prepared his son's redemption. See in me, O godlike Thetis' son, thy aged father, and perhaps even now, being outrun with some of my woes, neighbouring foes, thou absent, taking time to do him mischief, no mean left to terrify the crime of his oppression, yet he hears thy graces still survive, and joys to hear it, hoping still to see thee safe arrive from ruined Troy. But I, cursed man, of all my race shall live to see none living. 50 sons the deities did give my hopes to live in, all alive when near our trembling shore the Greek ships harboured, and one womb 19 of those sons bore. Now Mars a number of their knees hath strength less left, and he that was, of all, my only joy, and Troy's sole guard, by thee, late fighting for his country, slain, whose tendered person now I come to ransom. Infinite is that I offer you, myself conferring it, exposed alone to all your odds, only imploring right of arms. Achilles, fear the gods, pity an old man like thy sire, different in only this, that I am wretcheder, and bear that weight of miseries that never man did, my cursed lips enforced to kiss that hand that slew my children. This moved tears. His father's name did stand, mentioned by Priam, in much help to his compassion, and moved Aeacides so much he could not look upon the weeping father. With his hand he gently put away his grave face. Calm remission now did mutually display her power in either's heaviness. Old Priam to record his son's death, and his deathsman see, his tears and bosom poured before Achilles. At his feet he laid his reverend head. Achilles' thoughts, now with his sire, now with his friend, were fed. Betwixt both sorrow filled the tent. But now Aeacides, satiated all parts with the ruth of their calamities, start up, and up he raised the king. His milk-white head and beard with pity he beheld, and said, Poor man, thy mind is scarred with much affliction. How durst thy person thus alone venture on his sight, that hath slain so many a worthy son, and so dear to thee? The old heart is made of iron. Sit and settle we our woes, though huge, for nothing profits it. Cold morning wastes but our lives' heats. The gods have destinate that wretched mortals must live sad. 'Tis the immortal state of deity that lives secure. 2 tons of gifts there lie in Jove's gate, one of good, one ill, that our mortality maintain. Spoil, order, which when Jove doth mix to any man, one while he frolics, one while he mourns. If of his mournful can a man drinks only wrongs he doth expose him to. Sad hunger in the abundant earth doth toss him to and fro, respected nor of gods nor men. The mixed cup Peleus drank even from his birth. Heaven blessed his life. He lived not that could thank the gods for such rare benefits as set forth his estate. He reigned among his myrmidons most rich, most fortunate, and though immortal, had his bed decked with a deathless dame. And yet, with all this good, one ill God mixed, that takes all name from all that goodness, his name now, whose preservation here men count the crown of their most good, not blessed with power to bear one blossom but myself, and I shaken as soon as blown, nor shall I live to cheer his age, and give nutrition to him that nourished me. Far off my rest is set in Troy, to leave thee restless and thy seed, thyself that did enjoy, as we have heard, a happy life. What Lesbos doth contain, in times past being a blessed man's seat, what the unmeasured main of Hellespontus, Phrygia holds, are all sad to adorn thy empire, wealth and sons enow. But when the gods did turn thy blessed state to partake with bane, war and the bloods of men circled thy city, never clear. Sit down and suffer then, mourn not inevitable things. Thy tears can spring no deeds to help thee, nor recall thy son. Impatience ever breeds ill upon ill, makes worse things worse, and therefore sit. He said, Give me no seat, great seat of Jove, when yet unransomed Hector lies rightless in thy tents, but deign with utmost speed his resignation, that these eyes may see his person freed, and thy grace satisfied with gifts. Accept what I have brought, and turn to Phthia. 'Tis enough thy conquering hand hath fought till Hector faltered under it, and Hector's father stood with free humanity safe. He frowned and said, Give not my blood fresh cause of fury. I know well I must resign thy son. Jove by my mother uttered it, and what besides is done I know as amply, and thyself, old Priam, I know too. Some god hath brought thee, for no man durst use a thought to go on such a service. I have guards, and I have gates to stay easy access. Do not then presume thy will can sway, like Jove's will, and incense again my quenched blood, lest nor thou nor Jove get the command of me. This made the old king bow, and down he sat in fear. The prince leapt like a lion forth, Automedon and Alcimus attending. All the worth brought for the body they took down and brought in, and with it Idaeus, herald to the king. A coat embroidered yet, and 2 rich cloaks they left to hide the person. Thetis' son called out his women to anoint and quickly overrun the course with water, lifting it in private to the coach, lest Priam saw, and his cold blood embraced a fiery touch of anger at the turpitude profaning it, and blew again his wrath's fire to his death. This done, his women threw the coat and cloak on, but the corse Achilles' own hand laid upon a bed, and with his friends to chariot it conveyed. for which forced grace, abhorring so from his free mind, he wept, cried out for anger, and thus prayed, O friend, do not accept against this favour to our foe, if in the deep thou hear, and that I give him to his sire. He gave fair ransom, dear in my observance is Jove's will, and whatsoever part of all these gifts by any mean I fitly may convert to thy renown here, and will there, it shall be poured upon thy honoured sepulchre. This said, he went, and what was done told Priam, saying, Father, now thy will's fit rights are paid, thy son is given up. In the morn thine eyes shall see him laid, decked in thy chariot on his bed. In mean space let us eat. The rich-haired Niobe found thoughts that made her take her meat, though 12 dear children she saw slain, 6 daughters, 6 young sons. The sons incensed Apollo slew, the maids confusions Diana wrought, since Niobe her merits durst compare with great Latona's, arguing that she did only bear 2 children, and herself had 12, for which those only 2 slew all her 12. 9 days they lay steeped in their blood, her woe found no friend to afford them fire. Saturnius had turned humans to stones. The 10th day yet the good celestials burned the trunks themselves, and Niobe, when she was tired with tears, fell to her food, and now with rocks and wild hills mixed she bears in Sipylus the god's wrath still, in that place where 'tis said the goddess fairies used to dance about the funeral bed of Achelous, where, though turned with cold grief to a stone, heaven gives her heat enough to feel what plague comparison with his powers made by earth deserves. Affect not then too far without grief, like a god being a man, but for a man's life care, and take fit food. Thou shalt have time beside to mourn thy son. He shall be tearful, thou being full, not here, but Ilion shall find thee weeping rooms enow. He said, and so arose, and caused the silver fleeced sheep killed. His friend's skills did dispose the flaying, cutting of it up, and cookly spitted it, roasted, and drew it artfully. Automedon, as fit was for the reverend sower's place, and all the brown joints served on wicker vessel to the board. Achilles' own hand curved, and close they fell to. Hunger staunched, talk and observing time was used of all hands. Priam sat amazed to see the prime of Thetis' son, accomplished so with stature, looks, and grace, in which the fashion of a god he thought had changed his place. Achilles fell to him as fast, admired as much his years, told in his grave and good aspect. His speech even charmed his ears, so ordered, so material. With this food feasted too, old Priam spake thus, Now, Jove's seed, command that I may go, and add to this feast grace of rest. These lids ne'er closed mine eyes, since under thy hands fled the soul of my dear son. Sighs, cries, and woes, all use from food and sleep have taken. The base courts of my sad palace made my beds, where all the abject sorts of sorrow I have varied, tumbled in dust and hid, no bit, no drop of sustenance touched. Then did Achilles bid his men and women see his bed laid down, and covered with purple blankets, and on them an arras coverlid, waistcoats of silk plush laying by. The women straight took lights, and 2 beds made with utmost speed, and all the other rites their lord named used, who pleasantly the king in hand thus bore, Good father, you must sleep without, lest any counsellor make his access in depth of night, as oft their industry brings them to impart our war affairs. Of whom should any eye discern your presence, his next steps to Agamemnon fly, and then I shall lose all these gifts. But go to, signify, and that with truth, how many days you mean to keep the state of Hector's funerals, because so long would I rebate mine own edge set to sack your town, and all our host contain from interruption of your rights. He answered, If you mean to suffer such rights to my son, you shall perform a part of most grace to me. But you know with how dismayed a heart our host took Troy, and how much fear will therefore apprehend their spirits to make out again, so far as we must send for wood to raise our heap of death, unless I may assure that this your high grace will stand good, and make their pass secure. Which if you seriously confirm, 9 days I mean to mourn. The 10th keep funeral and feast. The 11th raise and adore my son's fit sepulchre. The 12th, if we must needs, will fight. Be it, replied Aeacides. Do Hector all this right. I will hold war back those 12 whole days, of which, to free all fear, take this my right hand. This confirmed, the old king rested there, his herald lodged by him, and both in forepart of the tent. Achilles in an inmost room of wondrous ornament, whose side bright-cheeked Briseis warmed. Soft sleep tamed gods and men, all but most useful Mercury. Sleep could not lay one claim on his quick temples, taking care for getting off again engaged Priam undiscerned of those that did maintain the sacred watch. Above his head he stood with this demand, O Father, sleep thou so secure, still lying in the hand of so much ill, and being dismissed by great Aeacides? 'Tis true thou hast redeemed the dead, but for thy life's release, should Agamemnon hear thee here, 3 times the price now paid thy son's hands must repay for thee. This said, the king, afraid, start from his sleep, Ideas called, and for both, Mercury the horse and mules, before loosed, joined so softly and curiously that no ear heard, and through the host drave. But when they drew to gulfy Xanthus' bright waved stream, up to Olympus flew industrious Mercury, and now the saffron morning rose, spreading her white robe over all the world, when, full of woes, they scourged on with the course to Troy, from whence no eye had seen, before Cassandra their return. She, like Love's golden queen, ascending Pergamus, discerned her father's person nigh, his herald and her brother's course, and then she cast this cry round about Troy, O Trojans, if ever ye did greet Hector return from fight alive, now look ye out, and meet his ransomed person. Then his worth was all your city's joy, now do it honour. Out all rushed, woman nor man in Troy was left, a most unmeasured cry took up their voices. Close to Scia's port they met the course, and to it headlong goes the reverend mother, the dear wife, upon it strow their hair, and lie entranced. Round about the people broke the air in lamentations, and all day had stayed the people there, if Priam had not cried, Give way, give me but leave to bear the body home, and mourn your fills. Then cleft the press, and gave way to the chariot. To the court herald Ideas drave, where on a rich bed they bestowed the honoured person, round girded with singers that the woe with skilful voices crowned. A woeful elegy they sung, wept singing, and the dames sighed as they sung. Andromache the downright prose exclaims, began to wail. She on the neck of slaughtered Hector fell, and cried out, O my husband, thou in youth badst youth farewell, left me a widow, thy sole son an infant, ourselves cursed in our birth, made him right our child. For all my care that nursed his infancy will never give life to his youth, ere that Troy from her top will be destroyed. Thou guardian of our state, thou even of all her strength the strength, thou that in care wert past her careful mothers of their babes, being gone, how can she last? Soon will the swollen fleet fill her womb with all their servitude, myself with them, and thou with me, dear son, in labours rude shall be employed, sternly surveyed by cruel conquerors. Or rage not suffering life so long, some one, whose hate abhors thy presence, putting him in mind of his sire slain by thine, his brother, son, or friend, shall work thy ruin before mine. Tossed from some tower, for many Greeks have ate earth from the hand of thy strong father. In sad fight his spirit was too much manned, and therefore mourned his people. We, thy parents, my dear lord, for that thou makest endure a woe, black and to be abhorred. Of all yet thou hast left me worst, not dying in thy bed, and reaching me thy last raised hand, in nothing counselled, nothing commanded by that power thou hadst of me to do some deed for thy sake. Oh, for these never will end my woe, never my tears cease. Thus wept she, and all the ladies closed her passion with a general shriek. Then Hecuba disposed her thoughts in like words. O my son, of all mine much most dear, dear while thou livedst too even to gods, and after death they were careful to save thee. Being best, thou most wert envied. My other sons Achilles sold, but thee he left not dead. Imber and Samos, the false ports of Lemnos, entertained their persons, thine no port but death. Nor there in rest remained thy violated corse. The tomb of his great friend was feared with thy dragged person, yet from death he was not therefore reared, but all his rage used, so the gods have tendered thy dead state. Thou liest as living, sweet and fresh, as he that felt the fate of Phoebus's holy shafts. These words the queen used for a moan, and next her Helen held the state of speech and passion. O Hector, all my brothers more were not so loved of me as thy most virtues. Not my lord I held so dear as thee, that brought me hither, before which I would I had been brought to ruin. For what breeds that wish, which is the mischief wrought by my excess? Yet never found one harsh taunt, one word's ill from thy sweet carriage. 20 years do now their circles fill since my arrival, all which time thou didst not only bear thyself without check, but all else that my lord's brothers were, their sisters' lords, sisters themselves, the queen my mother-in-law, the king being never but most mild. When thy man's spirit saw soured and reproachful, it would still reprove their bitterness with sweet words, and thy gentle soul. And therefore thy decease I truly mourn for, and myself curse as the wretched cause. All broad Troy yielding me not one, that any human laws of pity or forgiveness moved to entreat me humanly, but only thee, all else abhorred me for my destiny. These words made even the commons mourn, to whom the king said, Friends, now fetch wood for our funeral fire, nor fear the foe intends ambush, or any violence. Achilles gave his word, at my dismission, that 12 days he would keep sheathed his sword, and all men's else. Thus oxen, mules, in chariots straight they put, went forth, and an unmeasured pile of sylvan matter cut. 9 days employed in carriage, but when the 10th morn shined on wretched mortals, then they brought the fit to be divine forth to be burned. Troy swum in tears. Upon the pile's most height they laid the person, and gave fire. All day it burned, all night, but when the 11th morn let on earth her rosy fingers shine, the people flocked about the pile, and first with blackish wine quenched all the flames. His brothers then, and friends, the snowy bones gathered into an urn of gold, still pouring on their moans. Then wrapped they in soft purple veils the rich urn, digged a pit, graved it, rammed up the grave with stones, and quickly built to it a sepulchre. But while that work and all the funeral rites were in performance, guards were held at all parts, days and nights, for fear of false surprise, before they had imposed the crown to these solemnities. The tomb advanced once, All the town in Jove nursed Priam's court partook a passing sumptuous feast, and so horse-taming Hector's rites gave up his soul to rest. End of the 24th Book. End of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman.